nothing bad happened. It's just the work was rough, just because of
Do you
things
have
that
an
have been going.
accident in work?
No,
Did you need to like
more.
get a change of pants or something? Is this what you're telling me?
God, I wish it was that embarrassing and that interesting, but no, it's literally just you know inventory problems, pushing too much, having to do the work of like 50 people.
Oh, don't even get me started. I'm on the same page as you. I Yesterday I had a 12-hour workday on my like family ranch. So I ended up doing all
Hmm.
the worst jobs. So I was shoveling chicken shit all morning. And then I had like a 30-minute lunch break. And then basically from 1 o'clock all the way up until 7, I was pulling out like this litter from underneath like the chickens like systems in the houses that they live in. And each house is about like 50 yards. But there's two systems. I had to pull out a lot of litter and then I had to shovel it up. And then the last hour had to crawl underneath those two systems on my belly twice to chase all the chickens out. It was
All right. Well, I didn't have to shovel chicken shit, but
it's dude, I'm so tired from it. Like my arms are all cut up from having to crawl through it because it dries up and then it turns into like these sharp, hard rocks down there
mm,
because it's just litter that's like absorbing all the chicken shit. That's what it does.
yeah, I
So
have a
it's
cat. I
like
know how litter works.
it's terrible. It's terrible. But oh well.
So,
What
Cake,
can you do?
at my
Yes.
job, I shovel chicken shit also, but it's metaphorical.
I was gonna say, I'm like, wow. I didn't know.
So I
Uh,
shovel metaphorical chicken shit that's radioactive.
That's true.
Yeah.
ooh, also very fun.
Also, I don't say leg or not leg, cake.
Nice.
I was
Yes.
super absolutely out of it the last session of
Uh-huh.
Jailhouse. But I just want to tell you that it was a lot of fun.
Yes, absolutely, it was.
Yeah, it was great.
I
I,
think
I, lo- I loved being unhinged.
I'd like a
Yeah.
follow-up Grung campaign.
I I would love to do a casino heist
There you
because
go.
I think casino heists are always really fun. I don't know.
Can we do a
There's just
casino
like
heist where we like notice that there's some like abused like space horses, and we have to free them, and we forget about the casino heist?
Oh, fuck off.
and then it pans away and we see that one of the kids there knows the force. Yeah,
now,
totally.
now it's worth
That's
it.
my favorite part. Yeah, because it's like, oh, he moved the broom with his hand.
Yeah. Well, okay.
All,
So like that said to me that anyone can use the Force. It's not about bloodline. It's not about being a
yeah.
Skywalker or a Kenobi or a Palpatine.
Mhm.
And then it was.
Also, I always complain about it, but it always makes me so sad that they were like, hey, check out this guy who's a stormtrooper who might also be a Jedi. And then they just throw that away and make it be like the love story C plot for the rest of the fucking trilogy.
Yeah, there was
It makes me so mad. I'm like,
there's
that would have been
so
so
much
good.
there's so much good storytelling potential in Finn, and they just fucking threw it all away
No,
to,
they
ha-
really
to, have a,
did.
to have a lady Jedi.
They fly now. Like you should know that. You worked with.
Yeah. And speaking of
Yeah.
throwing characters
They
away,
also don't die in outer space somehow,
Mm.
which is crazy.
Oh.
That's another thing that always bugged me. I'm like, physics still exists. Carrie should be dead.
Yeah.
She should not be. Ooh, I'm floating back because I have the force. Like,
throwing characters away. How about Phasma?
Ellis.
Oh,
Also,
yeah.
I don't. The only character I have is Tufa, and I don't know what Tufa is,
Okay.
but it looks
That's-
interesting.
How do
that
we?
was-
Yeah. So how do we? Don't you have to like
I like-
upload
like
upload
being
your
a bad
icon? Or,
So you have to issue a character sheet. You have to create a character sheet and then put it in his journal and give him editing permissions.
okay. So I'm gonna create one. So can you chat me your image or your icon or whatever, and I'll make you an icon?
Yeah, I'll do that right now.
Is it just BEA? Let me.
BEA, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be perfect.
Okay.
You don't need to put my full name,
Yeah.
because that would be a lot.
Oh boy.
Did it work?
Did you?
Is it a-
Okay, Travis. There we go.
Is it a
That's me?
Quentrith Cohen Green Van Ilsen Dalus whatever bullshit?
What's your problem?
What did I just do? Oh, hey, look, perfect. That's the image.
I like the long names. It's just,
Yes.
you know.
The Lady Quinthriff Cohenry and the Lastil Dalen at your service.
Shouldn't there be no
Also,
Tupa? Because isn't
hello.
the goblin gone? Hello.
That's true.
Hello.
How are you,
Hello.
Leg?
Hi, Lag.
Not sweaty anymore?
What is this file you sent me?
It shouldn't be a file. It should just be an image.
Yeah, but it's like a, what is it?
I don't know. I just clicked save, and that's who I look like.
It's a GIF.
Exactly. Why am I labeled?
I'm not seeing a GIF.
I'm gonna be Tufa. I'm gonna be Tufa from now on because Tufa's a picture of a badger, and it's awesome.
Tupa's gone.
I'm the ghost of Tufa for now.
Oh.
Not dead. As far as we know, at least.
Well.
Nah,
Also,
he's got his noodle cart.
Let's see.
What was I? Oh yeah, I was gonna answer what Travis asked. Why did I just call you by your name?
I don't know. That was really weird.
I feel like it would have been less weird if I acknowledged the fact that I called you by your name.
It was very weird when you asked me. I'm like,
Fuck, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I was gonna respond to how my day's been. I don't know. My last 3 hours have been pretty good, but like, I'm pretty terrible.
yeah, I feel that. Also, I'm starting at
like-
level 8, right? Ellis?
What?
I started level 8.
Yes,
Right?
yes.
Okay, I thought so. Sorry.
Go
on.
You should now have access to B.
Thank you. I'm excited.
Okay.
I just need to display this.
Okay. So, Ren, I think we need an image for you.
Yeah, I just thought we didn't have one. I'm working on.
And let's see. Octavian's good. Deflator looks good. We'll just need to grab. Let me create one for Fox. Lucan, right? Okay. LU.
Yeah.
And that is Fox. Good. Okay.
Holy shit, that's loud.
Garwin,
Oh,
Octavian,
sorry.
Deflator, Ran, Lucan, B. Okay, great.
Don't apologize, motherfucker. It's not your fault.
That's right. I'm innocent.
My fault.
It's always
Also,
Cake's fault.
it is. I didn't know this, but Infestation is a druid spell, and I'm very excited to use that.
Ooh,
But-
fancy.
Please go on, like.
I forgot what I was gonna say. Don't worry. Oh yeah. Yeah. If it's not your fault, don't fucking apologize.
I fucked
If
up
you have
a lot.
nothing-
Hold on.
If you have nothing to apologize for, don't
Yeah.
say I'm sorry.
I do that a lot,
Hey.
actually.
What's
I
up,
also
Tempo?
do that a lot. And then when I get called out on it, I say sorry for saying
Yeah.
sorry.
I get into a terrible habit of people saying don't say sorry, and then I'm like, oh, sorry, and then it's just, and then we implode because it's just an endless cycle of them telling me not to apologize, and I keep apologizing.
Yeah.
I put one picture in my for token.
Yeah, I'll see if I can get that into your
My
money here. Oh no.
my fiance does it to me all the time, and it's like instead of just saying don't say sorry the third time, is just like she just calls me like a pet name and like drags it out. So like I just feel existential dread.
Dude.
It's like your mom going and using your full name.
Wait, I did not know. Fiance? You're engaged?
I was debating asking. I was like, do I ask? I don't know.
Because I saw that on your profile, and I'm like, okay, that could be a Discord thing. Because I've seen people put down like fiance and
No.
husband, and I'm like, no, they're just joking around. But
Definitely a real thing.
holy shit, congrats,
Yeah,
Thanks.
definitely.
dude, nice, very cool.
I've been like not trying to tell people and just like that's why I took
Letting
it
it-
down as my Discord status. Like I just kind of let it slip and then let people ask because it's like if people ask, then they care, right?
Yeah, if they don't ask, then they don't care. I get you. All right.
I would have asked, and I do care, but you had it up during the time I was working.
Or you're somebody like me and you're just like, wait, when the fuck did that happen? You know what? I'm not going to ask because then it looks like I'm not paying attention. And I just keep
Yeah.
quiet.
There's also that too.
I could make my wild. Think about that.
It's alright, I've got my
Oh, we
Chinese,
got
I've got my...
Ren back in his monk getup now.
Oops. Sorry. Well, now you
Ellis,
guys.
you need a token for me? I'm pretty sure mine's still in there.
Yeah, I think it is. Is it tokenable? Yeah, you're good unless you want to change your art.
Not really. Not at this point, anyway.
Why? What's a cursed specter for? I don't remember what that was.
The
That would be our
Hexblade.
Hexblade.
Oh, of course. Got it. There it is.
Yeah, 6th level. If they kill a humanoid, they can I think
Nice.
use your reaction to raise it.
I think it's a free action.
Nice.
It's either a free action or a bonus action, I think.
It's a free action as long as you kill the humanoid. Thing is you
Nice.
have to be the one that strikes the final blow.
Mm-hmm. And
Right,
it has to be
yeah, that makes
humanoid,
sense.
so doesn't count if you kill like, a humanoid aberration or a humanoid, other type of creature. It has to have the creature type humanoid, which is a decent restriction, I think.
Well, you got to think about it. The specter is the being's soul, and in most things, the only things that have souls are, humanoid beings. So
I could see that, but I don't know.
supposedly, I
think it's more
don't
so
get me
because
wrong.
the specter, the incorporeal undead is modeled of a humanoid creature, so
That's possible. I mean,
Yeah.
but aren't there like ghost dogs and shit like that in here somewhere too?
yeah, there's
So-
like spirit things, like spirit trolls, and trolls are considered giants and stuff like that.
Well, I would
Right.
also argue that you shouldn't even be able to raise all humanoids. Like if Deflator killed the 45th president of the United States, I don't think she should be able to raise him.
That's because he doesn't have a soul. That's fine.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Makes sense. I agree with that statement.
Can't raise the 45th president. Also can't raise Andrew Jackson.
That makes me sad. He's been dead too long anyway.
True.
Yeah, you need a true resurrection
Yeah.
for that shit.
I think it's too long. He's been dead too long even for true resurrection.
Is it? I thought true
Yeah,
resurrection
isn't it
just
like
worked-
10 days or something?
No,
True resurrection is a year.
10 days
Is
is
it?
for raised dead. True
200,
resurrection.
Oh.
200 years.
Okay. Yeah, no, it would be
Um,
too. I think
yeah,
it would be
Andrew-
too long.
I think Andrew Jackson's been dead longer than 200 years.
I'm pretty sure.
Lost to the sea of time.
No.
Really?
You could true resurrect Andrew Jackson.
For
He
how
died
many
in
more years?
23.
Huh.
So get
Nice.
on it, folks. He needs to kill more people.
We need to spend days upon days killing boars in the woods.
Do you guys know the story of Andrew Jackson's first duel?
Of Darth
I
Plagueis
guess
the
he
Wise.
won.
Sorry, I missed
Hmm?
it.
What did you say, Alice?
Of Darth Plagueis the Wise.
Yes. So I forget his name, but Andrew Jackson dueled somebody, and because he was having some quarrel with them, but he basically just wore something thick enough and let him shoot him. Because
That's
as long as
ballsy.
if you don't fall to the ground and you don't fire your weapon, you still have a shot. Because you have to fire your weapon, right?
Right.
Unless you die before you don't. So he just let him shoot him. So he took his time, and because he has to shoot him and he can't move, he just shot him.
Game the system.
He did game the system.
Didn't it was Andrew Jackson whose parrot had to be ejected from his funeral because it kept swearing. right?
Yeah, something like that.
I'm okay with this. That was a true president.
Yes, I agree. The psychopathic racist murderer.
Yeah, wasn't he the Trail of Tears guy?
Yeah.
Yeah. So not the greatest
Yeah,
person.
he's Trail of Tears, and I'm pretty sure. No, Custer. The whole Custer thing happened after him. I
But
think.
guys, guess what? He was an abolitionist.
Oh well.
Oh
In the most
boy.
in the most ironic twist of events.
No one's perfect.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of abolitionists back in those days, still didn't believe that they deserved rights. They didn't need to have chains, which is
Yeah, like Thomas
yeah.
Jefferson.
Yeah, like Thomas Jefferson. The guy. uh.
So what I did, if anybody's interested in the World Anvil, you know how like sometimes I'll spend I'll spend time like prepping the wrong things.
Mm-hmm.
I went back and I spent like hours and hours going back to like campaign 1 and setting up like each campaign with the right date, starting it, ending it, and putting in the recaps.
Oh, okay.
So you can go back and you can refer to it. And then there was like 6 sessions for which there were no recaps, so I had to watch them and write recaps.
Okay.
Which
You'll
was,
have to forgive the mistypings though, because then he went and drafted his kids to go and type up
it was
all of
not
his notes.
it was not the best use of my time, but I would in a lot of cases I'd go to like episode like 22, and at the beginning I'd be like, oh, I didn't write a recap, like could someone do a recap, and someone would do it, so I just like write down whatever they said and I flush it out. So it's all there now. I'm sure everyone's gonna have a great time going back and rereading those.
I
Yes.
would probably do that. Like actually do that.
There were some good moments.
My pickles saw something. What the fuck is this?
Oh, you found it? You found it? Yeah. And it's got a link to the video. You remember the crazy old lady on the cliff? And she saw supposedly the thunder, but she saw the Methalqua?
the fishing village.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, now I remember. Jesus Christ.
My pickles saw something last night.
Oh, fuck, I was gonna say something. But I forgot again. Holy shit, my brain sucks.
Oops, somebody posted something.
Oh yeah. So I had a character idea. I want your guys' thoughts. What if I played a monk druid?
Ah.
Okay. It's an
I think that
interesting
sounds
idea.
I think that sounds interesting. Like Star Monk or Star Druid and
Mhm.
Astral Self Monk.
That's a cool combo.
Could I get Astral Animal Arms?
I as a DM would say yeah. My right to bear arms, astral self. Literal bear arms.
Oh fuck! I have to find my World Anvil password.
Yeah, World Anvil's pretty cool.
Yeah, I like World Anvil.
Yeah.
I need to play
How could
around
this
a bit more.
How
So
could
I
this
can
be
make my-
misconstrued as anything? The Second Amendment is about the right to hang a pair of bear arms over your fireplace.
How could that possibly be misconstrued?
Isn't that from the fucking
It's Family
like
Guy,
Family
by the
Guy.
way.
revolutionary I thought it was the revolutionary war, like American presidents or something like that, the anime on Netflix or
No.
something.
No,
No?
it's a Family Guy cutaway joke.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's been a lot of iterations of something like that.
Yeah.
It's
Like
like
a lot of bear arm jokes.
Some of the cutaway jokes are actually pretty funny.
You think
mean-
that's bad?
You think that's bad?
There's a few that are pretty good at times. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, usually the early ones.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched it in like 8 years.
You're not
The
missing
only-
much.
I
Is
think
it still going?
Yeah.
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 It's on like season
Really?
20.
Yeah. They did like a COVID episode like a while ago.
God,
So
that must
the-
mean that Simpsons is what on
Oh god.
like 27,
Simpsons is-
30
No,
seasons?
Simpsons is in the 30. It's
Yeah.
like 31.
Yeah, Simpsons
it?
is closer to 40 than they are to 30.
Mm-hmm.
They might be on
That's
32.
insane. Is that
They're
South
putting
Park
out-
in like season 22 or something?
Mm-hmm. South
Yeah.
Park still, I think, is the best of the three writing wise.
You know, King of the Hill is
Well,
coming
'cause-
back.
Is it?
Oh God.
Yeah, by the way.
Well, okay.
Wow.
The best of them is Futurama because I don't want to upset
Yeah.
Purple Laserface.
Well,
but like,
yes.
um,
of the three I meant, but yes, Futurama.
Futurama pre
Damn.
original comic.
Season
but-
33 for The Simpsons.
Okay,
Holy
never
shit.
mind.
God.
It's
They are-
literally 2 years younger than I am. That's
wow.
disturbing.
Terrifying.
Hello.
wow, I didn't know you were closer to being well. I guess you're 35. I'm wrong
Yep.
when I say that, but like,
I'm right in the middle.
God,
Don't peg me
yeah.
there. Come on.
I'm not gonna make you feel older than you are. But like, I did not know you were 35.
I'm 8. Leave me alone. Tell
Um,
them how you do the math.
But then again, I remember that like, you were alive before third edition came out. Like, like you're older than third edition by like 10 years.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Let's see. I think I was 11 when I first started playing Morrowind.
Wow.
I remember the first time I played Morrowind. I kept stealing everything.
I
yeah.
also remember the first time I played Morrowind.
I murdered somebody, took their house, and just stuffed all the things I picked up in the boxes.
Oh, the first time I played Morrowind, I met Cobra.
Yeah. You never killed that guy.
played
You never,
Morrowind.
you never killed that group of people.
No,
Did you
I dealt
just
with
say
Larry
you
Berry.
Never played Morrowind.
I've never played Morrowind.
Get the fuck out.
Yeah, up here. I'll kick him. Sorry.
Wow. Get fucked.
Okay.
Oh.
Come back, Keg.
Wow. You did you actually kick him? Oh, okay.
No, I didn't. I didn't do anything. I wouldn't do that.
That where I was. I went back to the Grung campaign chat.
Oh, good.
I'm just
Where
waiting
it's
for.
safe.
No one can bully me if I'm the DM. Haha.
I'm just waiting.
Yeah,
for
yes,
Skype
Ellis
to be
can.
done. I'm
Ellis
waiting
and I
for-
can. We're the admins.
Yeah, I'm waiting
No,
for
actually,
Skype
you
to
know
be
what?
done.
Since you just mentioned Sky Oblivion, can I drop a hot take?
Huh?
I replayed Oblivion recently, like modded so that it works, right?
Right.
Holy shit, that game, like, the game is, like, good, right? But holy shit, that game's, like, the base game story is so fucking bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which game?
Yeah.
Oblivion?
Oblivion.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, the main quest in that game is so fucking garbage.
That's why I never like. I do not go to Kavach, ever.
Well,
'Cause
you
I
can
don't
go
want-
and get Martin, and then he's an immortal follower, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't want that guy around.
Yeah.
Fucking Sean Bean.
Yeah,
Like,
and then he's not immortal when the attack on the Imperial City happens. So if you're fucking bad at video games when you were playing the game originally,
Right. The moment you need him to be immortal, he dies.
yeah, or you just
Justin,
the game on your Xbox 360 starts lagging so much because everything's on fire, and you just can't see what you're swinging at, and you just kill him by accident like 5 times.
Justin,
also,
what do you
like,
mean
12.
when you were bad at video games? You're still bad at video games.
Oh.
I
Shots
was
fired.
worse.
Wow.
See, the thing is I've plateaued. I'm not getting any better at anything.
That's fair.
So-
Same here.
I know what I like. I know what I'm good at, and that's all I need.
I'm at the
I'm still
point that
getting
I
better
go
at
and
video
play video
games.
games on God mode just so I can listen to the storyline
Right?
at this point. Like I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. I don't care. I'm not going to be competitive. I just want to listen to the story.
Yeah, but
You should
dude,
you
Sky
should play a
Oblivion-
game. You should play games where you don't have to deal with that, like really good games like Firewatch and Abzu.
Oh, Firewatch
Yeah.
I liked actually.
Actually, I have Abzu. Abzu was actually pretty decent.
Yeah.
I love Abzu. It's so gorgeous.
I didn't play
Like
Abzu.
that's not me memeing on Abzu. I really like Abzu. I like walking simulators.
Do people not like Abzu? Is that like a thing? I
I
think
mean,
Abzu's
I can't-
gorgeous.
I can't imagine that people don't like Abzu because it's fucking amazing. But like, I could
That's-
probably track down a negative Abzu review.
That's the
But, like-
only game that I have actually bought the music for, like from the creators instead of on Spotify, 100%. Because it's so gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
I need to play it again. Actually,
I'm replaying it now.
badge.
It's awesome.
And I need to do my yearly replay of Spec Ops: The Line.
Oh yeah.
I play that game once a year.
I think I'm gonna buy Titanfall 2 and play through that campaign.
Yes.
It's very
Do
good.
it.
Do it.
So good.
My friend plays
And
it a
then play-
lot.
And
You
then
get to play as Matt
multiplayer with
Mercer.
me.
It's great.
How much is Titanfall 2? Do you guys know?
It's like
Like, no one plays it,
$1.
so it can't be worth that much, right?
I mean, here's the thing. Like the multiplayer, I think still works for it, and
It does.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
No,
It
it
does
does.
not.
No.
It's
You
just
have to-
garbage.
Yeah. No, it's amazing. Fuck you.
No, when I played it sucked.
Children,
Fuck off,
children,
You're wrong.
children.
As far as I'm aware, Titanfall
just
2
saying when I
multiplayer is
played.
still active.
Titanfall 2's multiplayer is active on a program called North Star, which is a custom server browser for Titanfall 2 because the matchmaking is unplayable.
Mm-hmm.
You can play about half a matchmaking game before the servers crash.
Mm.
Aw.
But regardless, the campaign is definitely still worth your time. It's a solid like 5 to 6 hours. That is surprisingly good
Are we talking
for
about
how
Yeah,
simple it is. No,
Titanfall,
Titanfall 2.
Titanfall.
I would recommend getting it on a sale if you're gonna only play the campaign though, just
Mhm.
because you can get it on a sale for $5 to $10.
Yeah, I bought it for
Metal
like
Gear-
$5.
You could always get Metal Gear Rising
Yes.
or Vengeance.
Oh, that game is so fucking good. I'm so
I love
glad
that
that it.
fucking game.
If you just need an adrenaline booster or a testosterone booster, just play that game for a little bit. You'll be good.
Yeah.
That game doesn't boost my testosterone. In fact, it actually removes it.
But,
Metal Gear Rising is literally hormone replacement therapy for me.
yeah.
Or
I'm glad-
you could also, if you want a good game right now, you could also buy DMC5 because it's 50% off.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I already
It's
played it.
$15 right now. Go buy it.
I already own it.
Buy it again.
Why would I do that?
Grab the Virtual
Because
DLC
it's
if you
reasons?
don't have it, because Virtual is fun.
Virtual is fun. Now, I was playing Skull till like way early in the morning.
Oh, we could.
Anyways, I don't have the ability of editing my character sheet, just so you're aware.
Oh, let me. Yeah, you talking Roll20?
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you send me some art?
Yeah, it's where did I put it?
Hold on.
Come on, Yowie.
I've got Lusan. It's in Fox's journal.
Yeah, right
you
here.
have to give him editing. You have to give him editing.
I'm gonna let you
permission.
figure things out before we play and let you do your recap, but I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay, try that.
There it
Sorry.
was.
Yeah, my bad. Let me check everybody else. Yeah, okay. Cobra's good.
I'm good.
Flater's good. Oh,
Wow. I thought I had this character set up differently.
okay. Garland's good.
Well, that's good to know. I was not aware of this.
Okay, Cake, you're good now.
Thank you.
There we go.
Real quick,
My bad.
what's y'all's opinion on the new like the announcement of the new Spelljammer book set?
I like Spelljammer.
I think it's cool. I like the fact that we're getting like space and astral plane stuff.
Sure. I would like one of you to run it. Someday.
It's very neat. Not, I mean, something I would play, not something I would generally use.
Yeah.
I think it would be good for like interludes in games.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Maybe, like in Cobra's campaign where we were getting pulled into other realms, having something like that to kind of fill in those gaps would be great.
Yeah. For me, I'm probably gonna look at it a lot for the astral plane stuff because
Yeah.
I
I
really
think I
want
have
to
it
have
pre-ordered.
yeah for my setting, especially with the higher level content that's gonna be going in one of uh, my games pretty soon. That info might be good to have depending on how things play out. Um,
Yep.
plus,
It'll
plus having access to just weird stuff is always good for me. I love having access to just weird shit.
Justin, I feel like if we did an interlude and like a regular campaign, it would be like this.
Space. Yeah.
yeah, it's available March or August 16th, and I already have it
The
pre-ordered.
final frontier.
Yeah.
Is it going to be in Beyond?
Uh huh.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Now
Owned
with
by
the
Wizards
whole-
of the Coast.
Yeah, with this is the Coast acquisition, I wonder if they'll put in a thing to where you can like register the physical books that you own.
Okay,
Well, that's
That'd
the
be
thing. They're owned by Hasbro now, apparently.
what if they go the other
They've
way
been
with
owned
it,
by
though?
Hasbro. They've been
Did
been
they?
owned by yeah,
They-
they've been owned
they
by
announced
Hasbro for a while.
something. They announced some big transition or something like that.
Well,
I think.
Vorm, are you talking about like you're mentioning D&D Beyond now, Wizards of the Coast, right?
Oh, correct. Yes, D&D
Yeah.
Beyond.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
new because D&D Beyond was Curse,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and then
Yeah,
they
it
just
is-
got bought to go in like a week or something or 2 weeks. It goes.
Yeah,
from
so
Sure.
Yeah,
they're
something like
owned
that.
by Wizards of the Coast now, and Wizards of the Coast is owned by Hasbro and has been for a long time.
Hmm.
So,
You know what that means?
upcoming
Mordenkainen, that new Mordenkainen book comes out pretty soon too.
May
As soon as it's owned by
17th.
Wizards of the Coast, all D&D content, all D&D Beyond content is 100% true,
Mhm.
even if it's wrong.
Yeah,
It's
So
supported
yeah,
by Wizards of the Coast.
it's-
Mordenkainen comes out May 17th. Next up is Journey Through the Radiant Citadel, which is June 21st. And then
Okay.
Spelljammer, which is August 16th.
Journey through the Radiant Citadel. What is this?
That's astral plane stuff.
Oh wow, yeah,
Mhm.
no, they're going full in on astral
Yeah.
plane stuff.
Which like I would definitely use like Spelljammer for astral plane stuff. In my homebrew, I would not use like alternate material planes.
Yeah.
So when we go to the sun, or when we go to the astral plane, we all get sunblades, right?
That's
Yeah.
where we make the Sunblades, man. Make sure you bring an artificer and make sure that they're
Everybody
rolled
bring
for it.
their lightsabers. Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
Oh, I mean, we could have brought an artificer, but he's been gone since session 3.
Oof.
That's fair. Yeah.
We'll just have to bring in Poobadoo.
Oh boy.
Perfect addition to the party.
Yeah, perfect.
Who are you?
addition to
I'm
the
just
party.
here.
Who are you? Hi.
Oh, hey, Cobra.
Yeah.
When is Avatar playing in Buffalo again?
Ooh, the 12th, July 12th?
Okay.
Yes.
I don't think I can make that.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting it.
Avatar is a band, I presume.
Oh,
Yes,
yeah.
the best band.
Okay.
It's okay. Next time they're in New York, because I know they're not retiring anytime soon, we'll go see them together, okay, buddy?
Sounds good. Yeah, I mean, they're working on the new album.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
they're always working on a new album. Also,
They're
like,
always working.
like I farmed you a Totem Axe.
Oh, cool. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Do you want anything for it?
Nah, I just went with my. It took longer than I would have liked, but I got it was easy.
Sick. Thanks.
No problem.
I was gonna go do that while we were playing D&D.
Oh darn! I have to pay attention. That's I did a solo dirt farm. It took a while just because whenever you get close to one of them, it spawns these 3 little healing fuckers, and to kill them is a pain in the ass. The actual things are easy to kill.
Yeah.
Are we feeling ready-ish?
I'm ready.
am.
I'm ready.
I'm
I
ready.
want those boots.
Boots.
Ellis, I've been ready for like a week now, 2
For
weeks,
2 weeks, I know.
maybe 3.
What I'm gonna do is, let me come over here to my stream. Anybody who has it open can see my Matt Mercer hair reveal. What do you think of that?
I'm opening it up.
I've been growing that out for 2 years.
Hold on, ad.
Oh, damn.
I also got an ad.
Yep,
Oh god,
Papa
I think one of
John's.
my ads was that fucking Coca-Cola NFT bullshit.
Oh, really?
God.
Wait,
Oh.
Coca-Cola NFT?
Yeah, they're doing something with it, and you can like, but like you can get like a like special Coke flavor, like, you know, that you can purchase, and it's called
Alright.
Coca-Cola Bite, as in BYTE.
Mhm.
It's fucking stupid.
I thought that was just a thing that they were selling, but I have to buy an NFT for that.
They
Apparently.
might sell it separately, but I think they're going into the NFT space, and like if you have that, you get like a greater supply of it for free. So it does add some value to it. It's still a fucking scam though.
It's
Whatever.
a bottle of Coke. Fucking just.
I know.
But it's not fungible, Vorn.
It's
You cannot funge it.
only I can get this. I don't know. It's stupid. I don't care. Anytime I see NFT, I'm just like, scroll past, downvote, ignore.
Oh, Leg, thank you for the sub.
You're welcome. I actually forgot to redo it last month, so I am not on my 9 streak.
I've
Am
yet
I
to see a
streak?
check from Twitch, so I don't even know how that works.
I've given you like I think I've given you like I don't know, I think I'm close to $50.
It says
Well,
you're on a
this one was-
7-month streak.
Wow.
Really? It says I'm on a 1-month streak. I've
Oh, wait.
subbed for 7 months.
Oh,
now.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, I read it wrong.
I forgot to resub last month.
No problem. There was one moment I just wanted to mention really quick when I was watching the old sessions. Gamer Fuel. There was a thing where it was the I forget their name. It was like in Aaronsport.
Delay
there-
throws me off.
Yeah, in Aaronsport there was the old woman, and then she had like these like 2 sons, the Collins boys.
Oh yeah.
And they were leading you down under the crypt, you know, to like show you where like the hag's lair might be. And they're like, you know,
This button do.
oh, I think they were just down this way, but it's dark down here. And Octavian says, well, here's a torch. And he goes, Mama says we're not supposed to play with fire. And you go, and Justin, you say, Ellis, these NPCs were not this stupid last week. Did something happen? And
Yeah.
and Leg goes, yeah, Deflator kicked them in the head. And you're like, oh, that's fair.
I forgot. Wow. Yeah, no, that's definitely a B thing to say.
It was great. All right, so let's. Yes, what? Okay, are you ready for my 6-page recap?
Jesus
6
Christ.
page? You went down to 6?
Yes.
That's it?
I'm going to explain why it's so long because it literally would have taken me longer to edit it than to just read it and be done with it. You know? All right.
Can you just do a TLDR?
Yes,
TLDR.
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 Yes, it is. Yes, I'm going to try and skip through as much as I can, but I wanted to give specifically Cake and Fox just, you know, a sense of what has happened, right?
Gotcha.
So, Halcyon. The end. Good. So we're ready to go. Roll initiative. It is unsure who
I don't
first
even know what we're
coined.
fighting. Just roll initiative.
Yeah, just roll it. There's just trees and they're coming to life. It's unsure who first coined the name for these lands of ours, but one thing is certain, it is as much a memory as a promise. That is a quote from half-elf cartographer Wilworth of Altair. Now, long ago before creation, the 3 mystics walked the land, or so we were taught. The myth tells us that Nere the Curator carved order from mere possibility, while Ix cast light onto the world to show us the way. And finally, DM, who tempered the light with shadow. As generations pass, these figures move through history first as parents whose wisdom and power guided us, then as legends to whom we could look and aspire, and finally to myth and even religion. As the elves made their own empire called Xanar and colonized the land, so too did other races find their time. The humans, most of all, desired rule and were given the gift of the West. It is said that when Vanador fell, Xanar wept. So in campaign 1, Leg, I like the enthusiasm. In campaign 1, Sivan II, who was the king of Hannon, had passed suddenly, and a day to celebrate his life was called. I'm gonna talk faster. People came from all corners of Halcyon and even from across the sea to pay respects, make some coin, and pursue their own goals. Among these were a Kenku warlock working to stay in the good graces of her patron, the Raven Queen, a goblin named Varn who was trying to find his clan's gnomish master, Bafflestone, and an Azamar fighter, Octavian Calventus, who earned great renown serving the former Emperor of Vanador and his daughter, the half-elf Terrasin. The Dowager Queen Aelswith sat alone next to an empty chair meant for her daughter, Princess Ethelind, as the High Abbot, head of the Church of Tyr, eulogized the king while also casting doubt on his character and mocking his love of the elves. He suggested that none but Tyr himself could possibly be trusted to govern. During the festival, several farmers made reference to blighted crops or strange happenings. The next morning, as a new group loyal to the abbot called the Vigilant were patrolling Hannonhold, hanging posters and questioning the city folk, even going so far as to harass Deflator, destroying some of her potions. Realizing what was happening, the party made contact with the tabaxi named Mr. Candle, who offered coin to stop a powerful wizard called the Archivist from delivering scrolls with which the vigilant thugs could oppress the populace. The party headed west hoping to intercept the Archivist and his entourage, but first came across a monk by the name of Ren Varro, who had traveled from the distant Sword Coast on a mission to serve the Queen of Hannon. Finding that they had a common goal, the party joined forces with Ren and continued on. They soon came across the carriages flanked by soldiers, including the paladins Isenbert and Evangeline. Finding them sympathetic to the Queen's resistance, the party was able to destroy the scrolls as the Archivist escaped. Deciding to continue west to meet a contact of Ren's and find Varn, who had left during the night, the party arrives in Arvis, the religious center of Hannon, and here the party meets both the group Children of Ix and their leader Baelite, as well as Ambassador Siliquin of Altair. That night, an explosion rocks the city as black smoke pours from the Holy Justice of Tyr. The party finds a group dressed as the Children of Ix, but reveal them to be human spellcasters operating under orders of the Archivist. Meanwhile, Varn finds his employer, the gnomish wizard Barney Bafflestone, and after conducting a mock execution for a fairy dragon, Barney directs Varn to the ancient tower of Ale Seren on the north coast of the island. Ren meets his contact, the half-elf Lamless, in a bathhouse, and he directs Ren to a certain ship in the large port of Provos called the Methalqua, offering that its captain will have an update from Queen Aelswith. On the way out of Arvis, they see Siliquin being led away for questioning in the temple bombing, as the party is guided to where the Children of Ix are camping outside the city. The leader Baelite begins to make claims that she is the aspect of the mystic Ix himself and cannot be killed, while they are attacked by the Archivist's servant, a shadow sorceress who's looking for Varn. After a pitched battle in which many elves fell, the sorceress is defeated before she fades from existence. The party continues towards Provos, stopping in the hold where they find the Vigilant have taken over, and hear plans that the abbot is planning to summon Tyr himself to sit on the throne of Hannon and rule absolutely. Ren makes contact with the Queen and finds that Princess Ethelind was sent to safety right after her father's death, before he's given a sending stone, allowing him to send messages back and forth with a mysterious ally. Making their way out of town, the party finds two paladins guarding the bridge, none other than Isenbert and Gaffoy, who begin searching the wagon. Varn shows Gaffoy the letter from the Bafflestones claiming the protection of the Gnomish kingdom. Gaffoy shouts he will not take orders from a goblin and throws the letter to the ground, grabbing Varn by the collar, and Varn looses a crossbow bolt, which lodges in Gaffoy's plate. After a vicious fight, Gaffoy falls dead. Octavian's blade, turned red by Gaffoy's blood, is leveled at Isenbert. Just then, Rosalind Levert arrives with Evangeline, a cleric and paladin the party met on the road. Evangeline surveys the situation and orders Octavian to run. The party quickly climbs in the wagon, Ren stealing a horse, causing Isenberg to shout, "Hey!" After a brief stay in Haverhill, where the party defeats an Ankeg queen, becoming local heroes, and learning that Beilete has passed through recruiting followers for Ix, the party arrives in the large port of Provos, where they find word of their deeds, and the fight on the bridge are already spreading, attracting note of an enigmatic cheese rite. The party seeks prominent alchemist Gerard Renaud, but instead meet his daughters Alice and Elise. Elise, the older of the two, asks the party to help her complete a task to help a halfling family find a missing relative, one Ander Lingenhall, who's gone missing. Upon returning to the shop, Elise finds a letter from her father indicating he has gone to right an old wrong, and they find a map unrolled on the desk. Octavian examines the map and realizes he has gone to the Tower of Aelcerin, and the sisters explain that he was once a member of an adventuring party like them called the Hawks, who gained some notoriety in Baldur's Gate. Octavian ventures to Soldier's Rest, finding many former Vanadorians settled there, and reconnects with a former proconsul of Albia named Felix. The party also finds Ander and are nonplussed by his antics with a bag of magic beans, including creating an animated statue bearing his likeness, summoning a vicious boulette, and sprouting a sapphire fruit tree, which promises to make the Lingenhall family quite wealthy. Returning to the alchemist shop, Ren reports that he has been conversing with Ambassador Siliquin through the Sending Stone, and they are to deliver a warning to Beilete and the children of Ix to get out of Hanan. Octavian considers what to do next, but one thing is certain: they must make haste to the Mythalqua, and hope against hope the captain is willing to ferry them to Aelcerin to intercept Gerard Renaud. Meanwhile, across town, Varn meets with Cheeserite, and the two exchange soup recipes, though Varn is disturbed by the broccoli in the cheddar soup. He also visits Stab, a goblin businessman in the Greens. Varn later meets Lilmin Bafflestone, who gives cryptic references to bread and leads them to a cache of dwarven weapons and armor headed for the hold. Later, Octavian is tricked into committing arson for the Cheeserite under the guise of delivering a message to Stab. Finally, boarding the Mythalqua, they meet the captain, a dwarf who introduces herself as Brilwyn Hardmaster. Mr. Candle, everyone's favorite tabaxi, emerges from the shadows, glad to see the group alive and well. They learn that there is an ancient pact, the Day of Arms and Bread, which ensures balance between the elves, humans, and dwarves in Halcyon. The abbot is making the claim that the elves have attacked and demand the dwarves honor the pact and make war on Altair. Brilwyn explains that she knows the elves have not done this, but her uncle, leader of the Hardmaster clan of Vanderrool, feels honor-bound to honor the pact along with the Gold Anvils, another powerful clan who rule the ancient underground city of Rin. Preparing to leave port, the party is confronted by Stab's goons demanding blood for the arson on their warehouse. Ren creates a ruse claiming Octavian is a geriatric mental patient, to which the goblins laugh, letting them go. After a few nauseating days at sea, the party arrives at Aelcerin and finds Gerard. After defeating a shaman and a demi-lich, they lift the curse holding Gerard's former party to this place, giving them peace. Having ended the threat of the demi-lich, the party finds the restored Elven Tower bathed in the light of the moon. However, Gerard reports that their ship was forced east to find a safe port. Searching the restored tower, they find strange experiments and ancient maps. Locating an orrery on the top level, Ren finds a way to repair it, causing a portal to form on the floor. Passing through the portal, the party finds themselves in Magraste, a twin to Aelcerin over 1,000 miles to the north. Shadows begin to coalesce as Octavian sees a familiar face across the room. It is Princess Terrasin, daughter to Bravin, the last emperor of Vanador. She's sitting across the room looking towards him. As Octavian tries to get to her, shadows form between them as a bent old woman appears, seeming to will the shadows forward, forcing Octavian, Deflator, and Ren back through the portal, which closes behind them. Shaken at this, they find that Varn wishes to return to Provos to find the truth of Bafflestone's message, and they part on good terms. Beilete arrives under orders from Siliquin to hold the tower for study. The party makes their way east on foot towards Aronsport, hoping to find their ship and crew. Passing through a small fishing village, they meet an old woman holding a jar of pickles, who claims her pickles saw the Mythalqua taken by the Bitch Queen. Arriving in Aronsport, they meet an enigmatic elf named Agarwin playing a violin atop the roof of the harbor master, and a young girl named Adney who's in hiding, waiting for a ship to take her to Eastbridge. The party finds some of the crew of the Mythalqua alive and learns that the ship was destroyed with several crew dead. Ren fears it was the crew of his former ship, the Sunder. The party investigates the town, which appears to be held by secrets including deep scions, human sacrifices, and dark rumors. The Reeve admits to the crowd that the rot in their town is not the wrath of Umberlee at all, but instead the work of a sea hag who has a lair along the coast. The party prepares to confront the hag, and Brilwyn and Halamath prepare the Magric, eager to depart Aronsport. Descending through the crypts of the hag's lair, the party encounters a group of bullywugs who launch an ambush. As the battle turns in the party's favor, their king, one Lurkelpalm, is found with a red-skinned tiefling with one eye missing, who Ren recognizes as Devil, his former first mate aboard the Sunder. Devil uses Lurkelpalm as cover, escaping for the moment. As the party interrogates the bullywug leader, he reveals they are capturing townsfolk for the captain of the Sunder, Beast Langley, for some unknown purpose. They release hostages, including the missing Leontine Dawson from Aronsport, Halamath's wife, Ereliah, and a dwarven crewman from the Mythalqua. The party sends the survivors back before taking a rest to discuss their options. Agarwin reveals himself as a member of the Grinners and discusses his political aims for freeing Hannon from the Abbot's ambition, a goal the others share. Moving on, the party find a mysterious hallway covered in green slime with two poor flumps nailed to the wall. Approaching the cavern, Tiger was surprised to see his old shipmate Doc, an old bent gnome working on the remains of a body. Ren learned that while many of the crew of the Sunder died when Ren scuttled the ship, more survived than he would have liked. After a tense exchange, Ren soberly cuts down the gnome. The hags then attack in the face of the death glare, swarming the group with marrow. Adney joins forces with Agarwin to protect their flank. The coven is broken when one is killed, the other two trying to escape, but the party cuts them down. Trinkets abound in the lair as the party explores their next options. Returning to town, they hear the voice of the abbot himself sermonizing the gathered people of Aronsport. The vigilant were able to approach the town after the hags were destroyed. Halamath arrives to warn them to sneak away, but it's too late, as Ren steps from the shadows, challenging the abbot directly. This escalates into a skirmish as the paladins Isenbert and Evangeline, as well as the cleric Rosalind Levert, engage Ren and Deflator. Octavian runs with Adney and Halamath, who explains that the Reeve covered for them, protecting the Magric from the Vigilant. In the chaos, the party is able to escape, but is pursued to the docks where Brilwyn is preparing the Magric to leave Aronsport. Ren stops before returning to the church to quickly assassinate the Reeve, believing that his redemption comes too late. Using the figurine of wondrous power, Deflator summons a giant housefly, making great speed to the ship, but not before throwing alchemist fire atop the church, setting it ablaze. The abbot uses a dimension door, appearing at the docks, attempting to destroy the ship before it can leave. Octavian makes a plea to the paladins to choose the side of right, and Isenbert makes his choice. Calling out that Queen Aelswith is alive, he turns his warhammer on the abbot himself. Enraged, the abbot retaliates with a column of holy fire, igniting his own robes while Evangeline knocks him down. She runs to the ship as Octavian reaches out, pulling her aboard at the last second. Agarwin at this takes out a parchment, crossing a name off his list. Leaving Aronsport and Hannon behind them, the party are given time to evaluate where they stand. Ren stands watch on the ship while Octavian comforts Adney and then makes amends with Deflator, who seems to accept the choices Octavian has made as having been necessary. Sailing towards Eastbridge, Ren's stone hums, receiving a message to ask for one Quinlan at the Citadel. Ereliah also offers to gift the Magric to the party, as long as they keep the crew paid. The party considers this offer as they discuss their priority to get word of the abbot's trickery to the dwarves of Geon, hoping to prevent all-out war. As they approach the harbor, one Hathrahal Kajon, registrar for the Circle of Xanar, begins to fill out paperwork for their arrival, as he explains that the Circle represents the ruling class of Eladrin, who maintain a force called the Mythal, which was willed by the mystic Nere when she wove reality itself, before demanding that they declare any imports and if their ship registration is in order. At this, Ereliah chafes at the bureaucracy producing the necessary paperwork. The party are quickly ushered to a central citadel where they learn is actually a central library. Here they are greeted by Quinlan, who is really Ambassador Siliquin. She explains that the archivist has many spies, though she believes the Mythal protects them. Leading the party through the library, Siliquin bids the party enter an arcane portal, promising answers and a way to stop the war. As they step through the portal, the party finds themselves in an idyllic grove, a large magnolia set in the center, white petals falling to the ground, carpeted in fallen leaves. An elven woman approaches, revealing Adney to be Princess Ethelind of Hannon, sent to safety by her mother, the queen. Adney, in turn, addresses the figure as the curator, Nire, one of the three mystics. After some debate about free will, Nire explains that she seeks to destroy the tree of her rival Diem, who she claims is allowing shadows and evil to flow freely into Halcyon. Having made her demands, Nire disappears, leaving them in the same grove, now bereft of color and beauty. Ren climbs a tree and finds they are deep within a distant forest, days from Gion. The party, while reeling from this news, are quickly approached by dryads who attempt to encircle them before the sound of boots and swords frightens them away. From the mist comes a full Vanadori legion, seemingly out of history, with Prince Wolfhair at their head, long thought dead. Octavian stares in disbelief as Wolfhair demands, "Is it not customary to bow to your emperor? Where is my sister?" I need a drink.
So
good.
Alice,
Yeah.
that
And
that
that's
ship named the Mythal.
and that's where we end. Thanks, everybody.
All right. Good job, everyone.
That
I
that
would clap,
ship
but I
called the
played
Mythal.
The
That's actually the missile, isn't it?
No.
And somebody's just got a bad lisp.
no, the ship is the Magric. So what happened was the Mythalco was Brooklyn's original ship. It was scuttled possibly by the Sunder or by Umberlee, we're not sure. And then there was a ghost ship that arrived at Aronsport with no one on it. And that was the Magric. And Brilwin was able to fix it up. There was a man, Halameth, there who was waiting for his wife. She's the owner. She's supposed to be on that ship. She was captured by the Hags. So, as a reward, they offered, basically she's saying that the Magric is yours as long as you can pay for the upkeep, right?
Right.
The Mythal, you don't know much about it, but it's been described as some sort of a force protecting Altair or parts of Altair. And there's this group called the Circle of Xanar who apparently keep it active, or they, something. They're doing something with it. It's some magical force.
Okay, cool. Let's go.
So you said we're days from Gion?
Yeah.
So does that mean we're close to Gion, or do we have any idea where actually, what forest we might be in? Because do we think we're in the Verawood?
You have reason to believe so.
Okay.
And I believe the only other thing is that I think I spoke to everybody that it's reasonable that the full Legion was able to lead you to their camp, and they've got you, and they're going to question you, and then that's where we'll begin.
So I made this.
Oh wow. So we're supposed to hang out in Eastridge today, but Deflator decided...
Which is almost as good. I love that picture.
That's
Deflator.
very good.
It's so good.
Let me put it up on stream here.
It's so good.
Which is almost as good.
That'd be me cracking up.
You know you're gonna be a meme forever, right?
I love it. It's great.
I love that. That's so fucking good.
Very good, Cobra.
Oh, that's so good.
Absolutely classic.
This is probably the best meme that we've had in the God knows how long we've been doing this.
And it was made by our very own DM.
Pretty good.
I do believe it is 3 or 4 years now.
Yeah, roughly. Holy shit.
That we've been playing?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, this is actually this is 1 week short of 2 years since we started Halcyon 1, which is really weird to think about.
Let's see.
And
I
then
don't think it goes in dates when characters were
It's
created.
been about, it was December 2019 that we started.
Was it?
Resurgence. Yeah, somewhere in there.
Oh
Resurgence.
shit! That's 3 years.
Yeah, but we got started with what was it? Curse of Strahd, and then or was it the other one? Lost Minds, I think.
Yeah, that was with whoever that was before I.
Right. Yeah, that's true. I don't know. It's
And
been a
then-
while.
And then after Halcyon, I think we went to Vigilante, right?
Vigilantes. Vigilantes.
Mhm.
Vigilantes, and then we went to
Pilgrimage.
Pilgrimage. I'm like Cobra. What was it called? Pilgrimage.
We just did it.
Vigilantes feels like it was so long ago.
I know.
I know.
It was long ago. It's been like a year.
Mm-hmm.
It's been more than that.
That was just like a great one too, though. You know, Vigilantes into Pilgrimage.
Mm-hmm. That's a fun one.
Pretty much.
A classic.
Classic.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well,
You know.
here we go.
All right. So
I roll initiative.
We go.
I punch him.
all right. Let me see if I can get this to work.
I punch God. No, I punch chaos.
Oh god, not the grunts.
Let me
I
just,
am God.
Let me just check something here. Okay. Let me do a polygon.
Ooh, I like polygons.
Cobra, do you have like this meme format, but like without the text and shit on it?
I don't. I'm
Oh.
not. I'm not a top tier memer. This might be the first meme I've ever made.
Here's the thing, though. Sometimes, like, the shittier the edits, the funnier it gets. If you just, like, put white boxes over it, I think it would be just fine.
Oh yeah, true.
I just brought up the YouTube video and got screen cap.
They were really good.
And then Deflator decided to mouth off and threaten a god.
Mhm.
Honestly, I kind of forgot that part.
So now we're in Varenwood, which
Mhm.
is just as good.
Oh boy.
Ah, here we are.
Do I have a token for you, Lucan?
Yes.
So let me just fix that.
There you go.
There we go. No, I got it.
Oh, yep, yeah, you do.
Come here. Get rid of that. Okay. Make sure everybody's got their token. I feel like I missed it. Well, so Cake, you're not. I know you're not here right now.
Where would I be in the cell here?
You're right there for the moment. Let me
Okay.
click over
I got it.
here. God, it's been a while. I don't like this. This is weird. Okay.
Just let me know if you need any pointers.
Thanks. Okay, so the scene opens. Wow. Okay, here we go. The scene opens on a misty night, a grove surrounded by trees which seems to loom over the military camp in protest. Several tents set up at precise angles sit in neat rows surrounding a central structure in the midst of construction. There seems to be enough facilities for several hundred forces. You would see piles of lumber and hear the sounds of axes striking timber a short distance away. Soldiers in silver and violet armor patrol the perimeter wall, which is still being constructed. Logs of colors ranging from standard browns and reds are dominant, but there's the odd log or branch that seems to almost shimmer faintly in hues of gold, purple, or blue. About 30-odd soldiers are milling about campfires, kettles and pots hanging over the flames, spears and short swords leaning close by. Sentries posted with their backs to those on rest. The smell of roasting pheasant and boiling root vegetables drifts through the camp, fighting to displace the sweat and blood that would be hanging heavy upon the gathered masses without it. Through the smoke and gathered forces, 4 figures emerge. 3 wearing the same armor, swords at their hip, escort a 4th, a single figure standing exactly 6 foot, with grayish skin and piercing blue eyes. Draped over his sword arm is a tattered capelet. One of the escorts, a human a few inches shorter than the gray-skinned figure, and the only one wearing a badly dented helmet, notices what might be an expression of consternation on the figure's face, Octavian, and says, "Come now, Praetor, I'm sure you and the Emperor can make amends and we can get you back in front of your soldiers. They're probably waiting across the river for your orders."
We'll see what his offer is. I have words with the man.
With this, you are ushered into towards a central structure. You would see as you pass through. Let me see if I can get my screen set up properly. So you're basically ushered this way. Let me zoom in a bit.
As he's going, a Garwin will pat him on the back and just simply go and say, "Don't die."
Yes, you would notice to your left. You would be aware, and you would notice to your left that your friends are being held awaiting this meeting. And we will cut to them in a moment. Reveal tool.
I forgot how good the reveal tool really is.
Yeah, it works. It works pretty well.
Yeah, when it decides to go on reveal and not hide when I
Yes.
click it.
Wait, like, does
That's just a
Deflator,
different problem.
does Deflator know any teleportation magic?
I know. What's it called? Misty Step.
Mhm.
Damn, I was hoping you had like Thunderstep or Dimension Door. So it'd be like, all right, if we need to fuck off, we're just gonna have to fuck off.
At least 2 of us are getting out of here.
Okay.
If Ellis gave us one more level, I could just run right up the wall.
So you are ushered, Octavian, you're ushered into the central structure, and you'd see torches fastened to the rough-hewn walls, an ornate red and gold rug laying across the wooden floor. A table and chairs rest atop the rug with assorted maps and a small plate full of bread and olives. Guards with silver helmets and long red and purple plumage spilling down their backs stand at each entrance. As you enter, you would see some familiar figures. You would see Adney, who you now know as Ethelyn, standing over here next to an older Vanadori woman. You would see Wolfhair at the front of the table with a senator you might recognize, and they're talking, and they look in your direction as you come in. The guards who were escorting you take posts outside the structure, and they let you walk in freely.
And am I unarmed, just in my armor, I assume?
They would have let you keep your weapon.
And my shield strapped to my back as well.
Yes.
I just look at him. Do I know the senator's name?
So there's 2 here. You would recognize, and I'm going to tell you just quickly what I'm having trouble with is having. So I've got 2 monitors. I've got. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to cover up. Let me just move. Let me move one window over. I don't really need to watch the stream. Okay, here we go. Give me 1/2 a second.
Also, one cool thing you can do with the tokens, if you go into their settings, you give them names, and you can click the check mark for nameplate, but then if you go to the 3 dots above that section, you can set player permissions to see. So if there's an NPC that, you want a token have a visible name on, you can do that, and everybody can see it.
Are you not seeing visible names?
No, you probably have to set it so that, so if you just check mark on the nameplate, that shows it for you. You have to give player permissions to see it.
Got it.
Yeah, there you,
Okay.
just like that.
Okay. I thought I had that set up. Learning.
Yeah. It's all good. Don't worry about it.
Because I really like the nameplates.
Mm-hmm. This map is very big, so the nameplates are quite large.
I know.
It's all good.
This is the first battle map that I made in what is it, Incarnate?
Nice.
And I just went, the scale is just huge.
It's very good.
Thanks. Good. So let me. Yeah. So you would recognize the woman standing next to Evelyn as Senator Ava Grallo. It's someone who you might. You might remember, and the one standing next to Wolfhair is a younger senator who you don't know very well.
Just kind of give a nod, not like a bow or anything like that, but just like a head nod of acknowledgement. And just I'll look right at Wolfhair and go, "Well, Wolfhair, of all the things I could have thought I would see in this place, you were squarely at the bottom."
Well, Praetor, you can see our situation. We're all that's left. Barely 600. Mostly spears, precious few cavalry. And he's sort of looking at some papers and some maps, and he's, studying some forms from the different soldiers, detailing the troops and the status.
How long have you been stuck in this place?
I left Tycon 1,000 strong, and when we crossed the bridge, a great wind separated me from the bulk of the force. We tried to stay together, wandering these accursed woods for what seemed like weeks. These elves are crafty, but I still believe if we can find Arendelle, we can still take it. I have faith in our forces, and we have the might of the hilt on our side.
That is as I feared. Then you are unaware of what has been going on, then. I will approach a little bit closer.
Yeah. He looks up at you and says, you have information, the movement of the elves, perhaps? Tell us, Praetor.
Don't get all chummy with me, Wolf here. I'm telling you this out of courtesy. It has been 10 years since you left Tycon. Tell me, do I not look different to you? I know my aging is a bit different given my blood, but surely something must tip you off.
You get some. Actually, you'll notice that some of the guards outside, they kind of peek in, and you hear some whispers outside. Gabriel, standing next to Wolf here, the younger senator, sort of laughs as Wolf here sort of shares a chuckle with him, looking back to you and says, "Praetor, please, we don't have time for jokes and games. We're at war, if you haven't noticed."
Wolf here, in all the time that you have known me, have you ever once known me to be a jokester?
He looks at you seriously for a moment and shakes his head. "No, I haven't."
Then believe every word that comes out of my mouth. It has been a difficult time. When you left, I pursuing your sister. There were complications that delayed me. But within a year's time, something happened. Some plague, some foul disease, rot within the city of Tycon, brought it to its knees. Leadership dying in droves, even the Praetor Primos. I assumed command for a brief time, but I am not good at fighting enemies I cannot see. In the 10 years' time, Vanador is gone. Our people, refugees, or enslaved to orcish tribes that have taken advantage of this weakness, or other places have seceded and become their own little kingdoms. If you want to call yourself emperor, fine, but understand you rule over an empire of dirt.
I will admit you do look different, Octavian. But what you say cannot be true. We left not a month ago. How could the empire have fallen in such a short time?
Powerful magics are at play, I am certain. I am no arcanist, but magic that can alter the flow of time is not unreasonable, simply difficult to achieve. It is likely that there is some greater plot at hand, something that has put you in this position. But it is unlikely that whatever put you here, whoever's hands did it, it may not have been intentional.
Then
I do not know the full story. I can only gather what little scraps of information I have.
well, certainly this is just merely elvish trickery. If we can take their city, we can make them undo this madness, and things will be as they were.
It is not that simple. Time has passed. If you leave this forest, you will find ruins, abandoned and looted, and people that either will not recognize you as king, or will not recognize you as emperor, or don't want to. This little campaign of yours broke this empire in half. Some senators supported you. I kind of glaze over the other two. Others supported your sister. By the way, it is raining very heavily, and I believe we've had intermittent tornado warnings. So
dear.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, we're in,
We
Keep
have
an eye on
tornado
that.
watch, not warnings.
Yeah. So, I mean, we're more at risk of flooding over here than any serious damage from a tornado, but,
Yeah.
just if I disconnect, that's why.
Yeah, well, stay safe, number one.
I can at least pop back on my phone if need be. I just won't be able to see anything.
The tornado
anyway.
passed by the camp.
I know, right? Oh no, immersion.
Oh, dear.
What was I saying?
Uh,
Yeah. It broke the empire in half. Some senators supported you, others your sister. Even the praetors were not immune to this division. Those delays that I mentioned, some of my shield brothers and sisters wanted to follow and reminded them of their duty. They did not like this answer, and they drew blades. It's one of the most shameful moments of my career. But they gave me no choice. That is what this campaign of yours has done, Wolfir.
At this, you notice a couple of the guards who were outside. You notice that it's becoming quieter outside this central room, and you notice some faces popping in. Kind of listening. Wolfhair would step a little bit closer to you and say, Praetor, if what you say is true, we should talk elsewhere. You know better than anyone that morale's very important. What would you have me do? Tell everyone that they're fighting for nothing? I think we need to handle this with a bit more tact for the men, yes?
True enough. I just kind of give a motion of lead on.
Yes, and he sort of motions.
I'll say that this music is awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're welcome.
He motions to Gabriel, who would kind of begin going from door to door, just telling the soldiers, to get back to work and focus on the guard, and not to be eavesdropping. As Wolf here would whisper to you, in more of a hushed voice, Octavian, I love my sister, you know this, but my mother, rest her soul, would not have suffered an elf to usurp her son's birthright. She gave her life for our people, to continue the line, and civil wars have brought us to the brink before. You must have read our history.
I have. But understand this, Wolfir, you are not emperor. Perhaps line of succession, maybe, but you were not given the title. Just as the praetors are to serve the emperor and his family and guard the palace and do the bidding of the emperor, so should you, the children of the emperor, follow his word. It is not your place to decide who is fit to wear the crown. If it is the emperor's will, then so be it. As my old garrison commander would say, shut up and get back in line.
Ooh, Dem's fighting words.
At this, Gabriel comes over holding a red oak box. It's inlaid with silver and rubies. He holds it out to show Wolfhair and you, Octavian. He holds it out, and he says, "There's nearly 1,000 of us here who think he is the emperor." And in this corner, the older senator says, "Almost, barely 600, Gabriel." And Gabriel shoots her a look, and says, "We still have the strength of a legion, and this is his symbol. This is his right to rule." And he opens it, and you see inside the hilt of a sword with about 8 inches of blade left, the guard of which is splintered, leather wrapped around the grip. And Octavian, you might recognize this as the hilt of Vanad. and it is a symbol from the founding of the empire, and it has a certain you would know that it has a certain mystique to it. There's some discussion about is this really that old? Is it thousands of years old, or is what I mean?
Like the sword of the first emperor kind of thing.
Yeah, or like the Shroud of Turin. Like, I mean, come on, who knows, right?
Yeah.
It's like one of those things.
Yeah.
And he would say, "Would you like to do us the honors to tell the story, or shall I?"
Please, by all means. It has been quite some time since I have had the pleasure of wasting time in a Vanadori library. Just kind of rub it in a little bit. It's like, hey, it's been 10 years, bud.
Yeah. Gabriel would say, and he kind of puffs his chest out a little bit as Wolfhair looks on. He would say, when our ancestors overthrew their elven oppressors and founded their own country as was their right, Vanad drove his sword into the ground as a warning to all that the empire he would create would always be protected by his blade. And Octavian, if you'd like to roll history.
Is he spouting propaganda? Or no, that's a natural one.
As far as you know, that's how it went down. As far as you remember.
No, that is the story, but it is a story thousands of years old. And if there is one thing I have learned in these 10 years, healthy skepticism. Regardless of whether or not Wolfhair here is legitimate emperor or not, if he is the last living heir, and so it is his right. But I am not here to argue any of that. I am here to make you aware of the situation that you will walk into when you leave this place. To understand that you are entering into a world that does not know, or that does not care about our people anymore.
Gabriel looks like he's about to begin to argue with you, but Wolfhair sort of gives him a look and says, I'll need some time to think on what you've told me. I must make sure that the men are not too perturbed by your words. And he moves to walk out, and he says, we'll speak soon.
Just understand this, Wolfhair. I have not told you everything that I have encountered. I've had quite the journey, and I know quite a bit. If you want to know more about the world outside, just ask. The answers might surprise you.
He gives you a nod, and he begins to leave. As he does so, you would see Senator Ava Grallo begin to approach you, as these two would begin to walk out. And she would. And
Could I get a sense of how old Gabriel is just by looking at him?
Yeah, he's maybe like 28, 30. And as we said, Wolfhair's about like 22, 23.
Yeah.
Yeah, so these are young.
Checking.
Yeah, exactly.
I look at her and just go, a young man still spouts his fairy tales.
Yes. You would recognize Ava. Yes, she is a former proconsul, very prestigious, but this was years ago. She is older now, her face more wrinkled than you might have seen her before. She's got gray hair cropped short. And she would say, yes, we must let the young ones play at war. Such is the way. Wolfhair, the Emperor invited me along. He thinks that my presence will somehow give him legitimacy, but I don't know. I don't really know what good my name is anymore.
Well, I did lie a little bit. The respect of Vanadori people is still out there, but with no army and no city or anything like that, it's only goes so far, I suppose. I made my way as a bit of a sellsword. There's not much one can do when you've lost everything.
Yes, and she kind of looks at you for a moment, and you get the impression that she's trying to read you a little bit. And she says, "Did you say 10 years?"
Yes.
That's elvish trickery, if I've ever heard of it. There's no way to undo this.
Some of my travel companions are spellcasters, but they are not nearly that powerful.
You understand, this is quite a lot to take. This is very difficult to believe.
I understand. I would not believe it myself, but for all intents and purposes, as far as the world is concerned, Wulfir and his legion rode off into the night, never to be seen again.
Now you must understand that if the word of this was to get out, there would be panic. The men would run, splinter, and it's best that they think they have an empire to get back to. Of course, to keep them as a strong fighting force.
Well, one of the things I did not tell the Emperor, I say with a little bit of disdain, one thing I did not mention to the Emperor, there might be a way to undo what has caused the city to be abandoned, but it is only a theory in my mind. But first things first is getting out of this place. We did not wander into these woods by happenstance. We were sent here by elvish trickery.
She frowns and says, "Elvish trickery? Is it just... There's a name that's whispered in the woods. Gran? Old Gran?"
Yeah, Octavian just kind of breathes in a little bit through his nose. It's an interesting name.
Yes. Some of the men are rather claiming to be having nightmares and waking up screaming at times. Sometimes they'll whisper this name. I don't know what to make of it.
That sounds oddly familiar. Similar stuff was kind of happening in Aaronsport, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's oddly familiar. Listen. If there is any semblance of hope that can be given to the men, just let them know that even if what has happened is true, it does not mean that there is no solution. There may be hope yet for Vanador. But
We have the final solution.
God.
We have a Hulk.
There may be a way to at least start over, I suppose. But as I said, only theories.
Well, yes, of course. Now, Octavian, you must listen. If you will not bend the knee, which believe me, I completely understand. You're well known as a man of honor and principle. Yes.
I tell myself that every night when I go to sleep.
Yeah. So you must do us just the smallest favor, in return of which we will gladly release your friends, and we can part ways without any charges of treason clouding our newfound understanding. Yes.
It depends on what you are offering.
At this, Ethelind, who's kind of been sulking in the corner, approaches and she says, Eva, you promised that you were going to release them, and I'm not going to listen to any more of this. Ava looks at her and says, your young ward. Very mysterious, this one. Some foreign royal, I take it?
The rightful ruler of Hannenhold.
She kind of chuckles and says, "Oh, please, Sivan's not... Oh, but it's been 10 years, so he must have passed."
Yes. In fact, that is sort of the catalyst for my journey, as it were. It is a long, very confusing story, but that is the inciting incident, as it were.
She places sort of her hand on top of Ethelyn's head and says, "Don't worry, little one. Your friends will be fine, and we'll all part ways in a very civilized fashion. And I must let you understand, please, Octavian. I'm not threatening you. It's just that we're both in the same situation. There's a diplomatic way that this can end, and there's a way that some of the more..." And she kind of gestures to the guards, and she sort of says, the young Gabriel there would probably like to see this go a different way. And I personally would be very much against that. I think the peaceable solution's always preferable.
Well, if they want to challenge me to some sort of trial by combat, know that the Emperor has never bested me.
Ah, you're very insightful. That's exactly what we're asking. You must do us just this small favor. It's just an exhibition, I assure you, between you and the Emperor. A duel that you will lose naturally, but he cannot know that.
You're asking me to take the fall?
Well,
To stroke his ego?
Well, listen, you can keep your faith in Terrace, I share it for my part, but Wulfhere will be able to say he defeated the great Octavian in single combat and then, in an act of mercy, spared his life. I think that will play quite well with everyone who hears about it, don't you think?
It would make a fine story, wouldn't it?
Well, the choice is yours. You may have the evening to think it over, but the duel, we can set it for dawn, get this over with, and you can be on your way.
Fine, I'll think it over. Just understand that my choice is my choice.
Naturally, if we... Oh, and Octavian, I do suggest while you're here, we do have some books, and she sort of gestures over to this side, and she says, you must remember your history.
Fine.
It was Venard broke his sword to show he no longer desired war, and used that magical hilt to plow the fields. It's a metaphor, but it's one of swords against plowshares, rather. His dream was one of peace and farming.
What a smack across the face that was.
And yet your emperor is living up to that ideal wonderfully.
I mean, if honestly, I'm a bit more pragmatic. If what you say is true, and she sort of looks again, and the soldiers are not looking, she says, if what you say is true, then we'll need to start again somewhere. This land is as good as any. These fields appear as though they would take a tilling quite well.
If your emperor was smart, he would listen to me and perhaps, I don't know, put what am I trying to say? Put 6/10 of a Vanadori legion to good use. I have an idea. I'm just debating whether or not I tell him the full story.
I think
But perhaps I can beat some sense into him.
Well, if you're able to get him away from Gabriel, he might listen, but, well, you see how he is.
I'm told I have quite an intimidating stare.
Oh, well, you do with that. It suits you.
Well, I'm going to make sure that my party are not causing more of a disturbance than I am.
If just one question, where exactly is the Emperor's half-sister?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Very much.
I'll tell you this. Closer than you think.
She sort of feigns a look around the room and shrugs at you. Says, well, if you hear
I didn't
anything...
say in the camp. Just see her look around confused, like, I didn't say in the camp.
She was sort of mocking.
It's cryptic. Never mind. I'm going to see my friends.
Yes. Yes, of course. If you do decide I will be about the camp, just come find me. I think you'll find that I'm a voice of reason here.
And if you're the voice of reason, I'm proconsul of what was the fucking
Albia?
one place? Yeah, I'm the proconsul of Albion.
That's where Felix was from.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
She would say to you, "With your permission, I'd rather like to," and she sort of goes back near the bookshelf. I wouldn't mind sharing some of our history with the young princess if it doesn't bother you. I can keep her safe here.
She's had to deal with enough mud and dirt at the moment. Perhaps a little bit of luxury would do her well. But keep in mind, what was her name again? Ailswith?
Ethelind is the princess. Her mother is Ailswith.
Okay, Ethelind. But keep in mind, Ethelind, history is often written by the victors. And I'll walk.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. While this is happening, should we pick up as Octavian approaches, or would the rest of you like to go back as he was speaking, and we can pick up there?
It'd be a good idea to go back while he was speaking.
Go back a bit, and then Octavian will come up at some point, depending on what happens.
Yeah,
Garwin's in there going and banging silverware against tables and going and screaming Hannon.
Yes. So, a Deflator, Ren, and a Garwin. You are in this sort of well-built, fortified area. It's a metal cage, about only about 4 feet high or so, with a roof. So some of you might have to duck a bit. There's a guard at each corner of the cage, and there's a sort of a shimmering field around the cage, which you're not exactly sure what it's doing. There's different ones inside the larger cage, which look like it would be to hold a single person. And there's some are metal, some are cobbled together from wood, and you'd see some with like a figure in them slumped over. One of the guards will come up to the cage as you're talking, and will say, "Hey, you lot!" And he sort of bangs on the metal with his sword like this. "Hey!" And being closest to a Garwin, "Hey, Knifeeus, over here!"
Deflator will like look over and and say, "What? Is this ignoring of you not loud enough?"
He'd say, "You're friends with the Praetor, then?"
I'd like to interject at that one.
Sure.
The Dragonborn, the purple Dragonborn, who is currently covered in crystal and has been sitting in the corner just eyeing you all,
Yes.
perks up when that man says, "The Praetor," and looks around. "Praetor? What Praetor?"
And he sort of looks and says, "Calm down back there, Dragon Man. We're talking about the gray-skinned fellow what's talking to the Emperor."
That was a Praetor?
Yeah, you better show respect if he comes by.
I'll show him something, that's for sure.
"Is that a threat, Dragon Man?" And he sort of takes his sword, he's banging it, rattling it on the cage.
Depends.
I'm gonna walk up and stare him in the face.
Have we been stripped of all our gear?
Yes. Anything that, obviously like big weapons, I forget what everybody had, but you would have been able to conceal, maybe something small, but
Can I see any
At
weapons
least my
around?
weapon exists in another form of reality.
exactly. Yes, exactly.
Can I see any weapons that are laying around, though?
You can see over here, there's actually a weapon rack over here, and you would see, bows and arrows sort of around this training area.
So we're not like interior?
This is outside. There is a metal gate, like a metal grate above you, but it is this whole camp is outside, basically, open to the elements.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. I thought these were walls or something right here.
They're like metal, like grates and bars, sort of cobbled together roughly.
Okay.
I'm gonna reveal a little more of the map as well, so you can get a little more sense.
I'm
Can I do
going
one
to
thing?
go and while the guard is distracted, I'm gonna go and kind of whisper under my breath and go and cast a Mage Hand, which is invisible.
Okay, I will need an Arcana check.
Ooh. There we go.
Are you an arcane trickster?
Yes.
Cool.
As you attempt to, you notice that the spell seems to go off, but it seems to be wavering a bit.
I'm gonna sit down and think about it really hard. So as I'm going and doing that, I would like to go and have it start kind of moving towards the guard and see if I can
The one that's talking to Deflator?
yeah, see, so while he's going and talking
Yeah,
to the Deflator.
Speaking of which, can I say what I was going to say before I was like actually rudely cut off?
Whoa!
Sorry.
Sorry.
Like
Everybody's
like,
excited to play. Everybody's excited to play.
Like I understand you're excited to play. Like I definitely get that, and very antsy because we did just sit down and listen to the Octavian show for 25 minutes.
It was like an hour of recap in Octavian, for which, and this is a one-time thing from here on out, regular.
Like I get it.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
But that irritates me.
Yes,
so,
sorry. Yes. Please continue.
I'm not super upset, but so looking into this guard, I'm gonna tell him, I don't know the purple man back there, and I'm gonna phase my what do I have? A glaive? Yeah, my glaive into reality, and I'm gonna tell him, I suggest you stop banging around and take 5 steps back before I make you look like your empire, dead and sad. And I'll phase it out and go sit back down.
I'm glad I'm
like
not the only one who had that thought.
I like the addition of dead and sad.
You notice as you phase it in, Leg, is that technically a spell?
No.
Okay, it's just like an innate feature.
Yep.
Okay. You'd notice that it does phase into reality as you'd expect. It crackles a bit more, but it did work the way that you were expecting it to. But there was something a little strange about it. And then as you do that, he would take a step back and say, "I thought you took all their weapons." And there's like a little bit of a commotion, and they look, and by this time you have brought it. As other guards kind of walk over to look, it's gone at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. So like this one would walk over. This one turns.
Actually, I won't leave then, since there's a commotion brewing.
Oh, okay. Is the glaive still out?
No, it is definitely gone.
Okay.
I definitely it is.
Brought it out for a threat, send it back.
Yeah, I brought it out for a threat, sent it back. Like, it's maybe visible for 5 seconds.
Okay.
Like this one.
So, to the people that are coming around, I'm gonna look at them and I'm gonna say, I did no such thing. Please get your fucking pet off of us to get him stop fucking heckling us.
Okay, hold on a second.
I can roll a deception check if you want, obviously, because I'm lying. But
a quick retcon. It was this guy. Okay. What are you deceiving?
Well, because I lied and said I didn't have a weapon.
Yeah. So they come over and it's like, this one's got a weapon, and this one kind of steps back, and then as the others come to look, they see that you don't have one, and they're like, "What are you talking about? They don't have any weapons." It's like, "Oh, she had a glaive. Look." And he's pointing and backing up, and they're kind of they begin mocking him. You afraid of the bird? There's some comments like that.
Who wants to drink again?
I take offense to that, but you know what? It's fine.
I'm supporting you here.
No.
Gotcha.
I'm offended
Gotcha.
that you're afraid of the bird.
That my bad.
Because I feel like everybody in our party knows that they should be they should definitely be afraid of the bird.
Oh no, they definitely should. What's that meme where it's like, it's like, we saved the village, we got the gold, I took the souls of all the fallen, right?
We did it, Patrick. We saved the city.
Yeah.
Oh, it's on fire.
Ren, with your passive perception, and I realize, Agarwin, I know you're in the middle of something. You would just
you're
notice. Fine. Yeah, you would notice these two whispering, and you would hear someone say, "We heard that this one's from the Sword Coast. What's he doing out here?" You sort of hear that whispering.
Well, I don't know. I mean, so the Tiger Vanador, I need the map. There's not really much of that like coast-wise, right?
Correct.
Vanador went to the east coast, but there's only like a few major settlements there, and one like kind of fringe kingdom that was in a similar position to Hannon, being kind of like subservient, but not like fully part of it. And like as soon as Vanador fall, they were like very much, "Yep, we're independent now. Cool, bye." Nothing changed.
Just because, 10 years ago, that would have been in the prime of the Sunder doing its thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if I doubt. So, but if they're not coast-wise, I don't even would know.
I mean, not the east, the west. My bad.
You could roll insight if you want to see, or
No. It's...
Okay. Yeah, so they're just kind of whispering. They're trying to suss you out, trying to figure out what you're all about.
And you said this thing is only 4 feet tall.
Yes. There's like a grate, so you could like lay down or sit comfortably. But if you tried to stand, you'd have to kind of crouch a bit.
I'm
kinda
hitting
like
my
it's like
horn
that.
constantly.
Mm-hmm.
You just hear tink every few seconds.
And Agarwin, I believe you were as Deflator was working her magic. I believe you were in the middle of something.
So yes, I was going to try to pick the pockets and see if I could find anything useful.
Okay.
Using said mage hand.
Okay. Whose
Wait,
pocket?
I mean, do I have any reason how the heck I would know that I'm from the Sword Coast?
That's a great question. You can certainly inquire.
So I didn't ask a question.
Yeah, you just hear them sort of mumbling and whispering, and you're pretty sure that that's what they said.
Okay. Ren's just gonna meditate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let me think for a minute. Trying to pick this one's pocket, Agarwin?
The one that was at the gate, or
Yes.
at the fencing or whatever.
Yeah,
yes.
so he's actually he's right now. He's got his back to you, and he's sort of like walking away because he's very upset about this whole thing with the glaive, and now they're teasing him, and that that he's scared, and he's swearing up and down that she definitely had a weapon. So I believe would this be a sleight of hand on the mage hand, or how would we?
For picking pockets, I believe so. Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think part of Arcane Trickster says that you can use the mage hand to pick pockets.
Correct.
Great. Yeah, so let's roll that.
Damn, I'm not rolling well tonight.
I mean, that's not
15.
horrible.
No, it's
Yeah, I
It's
got all
not
the bad
horrible,
ones
no.
out of the way.
But considering I've got a +8, that's kind of bad.
You would notice the mage hand appears to grab something, and you could command it to float back, I think, to see what it is.
Yeah, I'm
Unless-
gonna go and pick it out of the pocket and have it kind of drop down to the ground.
Okay.
And kind of like pull it through the grass, basically, just to go and keep it out of eyesight.
Sure.
So I'll be working on that for probably maybe 5 minutes or so.
Sure. That's
Just
fine.
trying to go and move it slowly, so that nobody's going and like noticing like the grass going and moving and pulling aside
Mhm.
and whatnot, because you know how grass moves when things are getting pulled through it.
Sure. Very interesting.
So, Are you all with the? They said there was a praetor here.
That would be correct.
Well, not here.
Our business is of no one else's.
Oh, I'd say that depends on on what your business would be.
Really,
Our
my business is
own.
getting the fuck out of here.
I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I'd say my business is getting the fuck out of here.
Well, that depends on who your praetorian is, and a few other things.
And to that effect, Deflator, I know you're rebellious and like causing trouble, but don't antagonize everyone.
Oh no, I rather like the show. I've been in here for a few hours now, and they're so boring.
I'm gonna chill out for now, but I'm not a fan of people showing their authority trying to fucking heckle us. And frankly, he's given me a headache. More so, more than that one's banging around when we got in here, pointing at a Garland.
Somebody's got to have fun somehow.
I guess. Pick up an instrument. Don't you play one?
They took it!
I thought you said that wasn't a weapon.
It isn't. It's just an instrument. Granted, I can poke people with it, though. Not that it'll kill
They
them.
were just spiting you.
The asses. They haven't even heard me sing yet. I don't see how I could think I'm that bad.
Maybe they just want you to think that they think that you're that bad. I don't know. Anyways, so you are Deflator, and I pardon me for listening in on you. I am Lucan, and you? And I'll gesture to. I'm sorry, I don't know what you are.
The elf.
Who, me?
The elf. Okay, the elf.
Yes. I'm,
What elf, right?
I'm Steve.
Sorry.
A pleasure to meet you, Steve.
There are some who call me Tim.
The mark at the end of your name.
See, I was gonna say Tim, and I'm just like, don't pull out fucking Monty Python right now, or it's gonna go and happen all the goddamn time. So I tried to think of a different one, and I'm like, wait a minute, no, can't use that. And Tim just kept coming back to my forefront. So
So Steve just
went
came
with
out of there.
Yeah. It was the first
So is
thing
that
I
Steve
couldn't
with a
think.
question mark, or is that just you asking the question?
Yes.
All right,
We
that was.
We call him Crazy Steve.
I can
He works
probably
at-
see
He works
that.
he works at a movie theater.
Don't tell my whole life story. Jesus.
And you? And I'll gesture to. I think you're a human.
Yeah.
I'll gesture to you over there.
Not interested in making new friends or picking up more stray.
So true. Those strays do tend to help more than you think.
Doubtful.
Well, I'm not saying myself. I'm just thinking about my own strays that I pick up along the way.
You collect kittens?
In a sense.
A ranger, I take it.
Sure. Though I'm more arcanely focused than a ranger would be.
Druid?
Good try. Want to try one more?
Necromancer.
Cheater. No, wait.
Well,
I have to ask, did you actually say that in character?
Yes.
Why would I be a necromancer?
You didn't
I
say
said
no.
with some clear, very, very sketchy movements on that one. That was a little too on the nose for me.
You said you collected strays.
Yeah,
I
you
would call
collect-
myself an enchanter, not a necromancer.
That's
I frankly have my own
that's
thoughts
fair, isn't it?
on that.
That is whole
But-
thing with enchanters. I'm sorry, I interrupted you. What'd you say, Defila?
Defila. Defiler.
That's even better.
Deflator. Sorry, I'm really bad with names.
Defiler would be Deflator if she was a necromancer.
Yeah.
Uh, we can get in why her name's Deflator, but later. But
It just takes me a bit to remember names.
it's fine. Yeah. Well, I mean, you said you'd pick up strays, right? As pretty good guess, I think. But
Definitely was. Most people wouldn't think of enchantments and, charming things to follow you for the rest of their lives.
We're
As
kind of
strays.
special.
you mean they're non-lives? They should stay in the ground. Really, that's my thoughts. But you didn't ask.
You're right, but I also still be an enchanter. The one who uses charmed person.
Yeah.
He's doing his damnedest here. Deflator is really on the nose, and it's concerning him.
Whatever. I can let him go for now.
Can I beckon this one over?
Sure.
Like on the DL?
Yeah. What do? You just kind of go like, psst.
Yeah.
Wait, I know you.
What do you want there?
Come on, come over here.
Whoa.
See if you can get my vial back.
What is it?
Look,
Me kiss.
is like, first of all, you built this cage for dwarves. I thought you were going to fight elves, but that's none of my business. Look, is there any chance like I can get out of here? I mean, look, I'm just like you. I don't want to be stuck in here with these freaks. I don't even know these guys. And like you listen to them, they're just going on, and I can't handle this right now. Look, I have no weapons, I have no armor.
Yeah, so he has to like crouch down a little bit to meet your eye line. Right?
Yeah.
And he says, I can't let nobody go without permission.
You're not letting me go, you're just letting me up.
Sort of scratches his head and he says, I guess so. Do you want to roll something?
I don't want to, but if you're
like persuasion?
yeah, I'll throw a +0.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
+0 could still be a 15.
He says, well, what's in it for me? You got some coin? And he's sort of whispering.
Let's see if I have anything interesting. Yeah.
Garwin, have you been complaining about your violin like loudly?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I'll pull. I don't. Now I'll say no. Look, I don't know how much you guys get paid, so forgive me if this is an insult, but I'll pull out a gold piece.
Okay. He's gonna reach out and try to take it.
I'll hand it to him.
Great. He says, and he sort of looks at it. He bites it. Where is it from? Is it just like a regular coin from like Hannon or whatever?
Oh yeah, it'd be from Hammond.
Okay. Yora looks at it and he says, where's this from?
Hammond hold.
Oh, you a farmer?
No, I'm a sailor. I'm a tradesman.
Oh. He sort of.
I'm no soldier.
He sort of looks around and
Piracy
says,
is now a trade.
he says, you see an ocean around here? Get back! And he sort of tries to push you back with his spear.
Does like the spear like make it into the room?
No, he's using it more as a threat.
I don't flinch.
Oh. A sailor, eh?
Yeah. Can't you tell?
You think you're tough in there, huh?
I'm tougher in here than you are out there, bud.
At this, another figure walks up, sees this person kind of interacting with you, Ren.
Yeah.
And this figure, this is another guard, and he has. You notice he has a capelet, kind of like Octavian's, a little bit different, with purple lining and this fur at the collar. And he sort of throws his short sword out to cross the spear that the guard is trying to poke you with. You know, that he's threatening you with, and he says, "Manners, please. These are the guests of the Emperor. If Wolfhair sets them free, they might seek revenge on the foot soldier who harassed them. Don't you think?"
What he said.
And the guard sort of looks, and he gives you a look, Ren, and he kind of backs off, and he goes back to his post, kind of over here.
Can I have my violin now?
I was like, I'll be getting that gold piece back.
And he sort of looks at you and says, "You gave him a gold."
I was under the impression it was going to get me out of here.
And he goes over to the guy, and he kind of stares at him, and he says, "You took a bribe from a prisoner." And the guy sort of says, "Oh no, Dom, you know, I was just playing with them a little bit." And he kind of grabs him by the shoulders, and he throws him on the ground, and he says, "Take him." And these other two guys run over, and they drag him off, and he's screaming. He's like, "No, it's just all to me. There's nothing by it." And they go to drag this guy away. As this one approaches and says, "My name's Dominic. You can call me Dom. I'm a bannerman for the Emperor. And now, Wolfhair, it seems."
I'm just a sailor.
I'm the rower, man. I just row.
I'm sorry for the way that they're treating you, but I'm sure that the Emperor and the Praetor will see eye to eye, and perhaps you can join us in our fight against the elves.
Oh, buddy, you've got no fucking clue what's going on.
Ha!
Look, I'll give you a quick spoiler for you. There's no fight against the elves. Not in the way you're thinking.
Yeah, I haven't thrown one punch.
So you're a sailor who knows politics, then?
When it's forced upon me.
You just keep quiet in there, and we'll wait for your friend to either see to your release, or we'll go the other way with it.
Can I have my violin yet?
And then, as Dom tries to walk away from you, Ren, he would motion to this guy and say, "Give the elf his violin."
Yay!
Do I exit the main structure at this point, I guess?
Yeah, I think timing-wise, it's probably just about right.
Alice, how long has it been since I've tried to go and since I've picked the pocket?
Oh, yeah, you would have been able to drag the coins closer to you, and if you're standing right there looking down, you would notice that it's a couple of Vanadori coins.
Alright, I will go and stand there, and I will step on top of them, and just kind of hold my foot over the top of them, like the toes of my boot.
So the bars are more of a grate. You can't get your foot through it, but the hand might be able to pull it through.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like, yeah. I'd go and pull it through the bars with the hand, so they're on the ground.
Got it.
And now I'm just kind of like pushing them into a little pile with my boot, and the ball of my foot is standing over top of them while I wait for my vial to go and appear.
Okay. There is a section near the top that's less gratey, that's more bars, and you see this guy walks over into this tent. He comes back a moment later with your violin, and he's trying to push it through. The strings are scraping a bit on the bars. He's trying to get the base of it through, but once it gets to the neck, you can pick it up.
I'm
and grab
screeching and crying a little bit as he's doing this.
it.
The amount of cringe is just too much. His face is contorting.
And at this, Garwin, as you recollect your prized instrument, you would look up and you would see these two guards part ways a bit and offer a bow to Octavian as he approaches.
I trust you have not been harassing my friends.
They're
No.
lying.
Not at all, sir. We were just giving this one back his violin. We thought he could favor us with a tune.
Smart choice. He's a talented musician.
And
Have you seen the damage that they've done to this thing?
And this one says, never was much one for elven music.
I start cursing him in Elvish.
Let's see, I'm just looking at something real quick. I'll just say, well, how much elven music have you listened to, soldier?
He sort of looks around and says, I don't know. I don't. I'm sure I wouldn't like it.
Well, then how can you be a good judge? Is there a space for them to rest so that they are not so confined?
They kind of look at each other, and then they look over their shoulder at the soldier with the purple capelet who walks over, and Octavian, you might recognize this fellow.
Or at least recognize him as another praetor?
No, one level below.
Okay, so it's like high-ranking legionary kind of guy.
Yes. Yeah, he'd be looking to be about maybe 32 to 35-ish, kind of like early to mid-30s, and he looks quite a bit older than the last time you saw him, obviously, but he'd look and say, no, I'm sorry, I got mixed up. You look older. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
He looks exactly the same. And wibbly wobbly, timey wimey.
Yeah.
He looks and says, Octavian?
Kind of squint for a second and go, Dominic?
Yes, of course. You
Huh.
look a bit different.
Time has not been kind to me.
He had a hold. It happened in like 5 seconds. It was horrible to watch.
He says, I must admit...
Do that to you.
Yeah. I must admit I was a bit disappointed. I thought when I'd heard word of your arrival, I rather thought that you'd brought your legion with you. That would have turned the tide.
Possibly, if there was any legion to speak of. There have been complications. I will not trouble you with the details, just know that things are not as simple as you may think they are.
Well, I've been instructed that on your honor, if your friends we can set up a tent. Make yourselves
Believe
more
me,
comfortable.
they are more... Believe me, if you cage them like animals, they will be more dangerous to you than they would be in a tent.
He sort of makes eye contact with you, and he's seeing if you're, he's sort of trying to read you, and believing you, he walks over and he says, he sort of whispers. He says, if you all try to run, if any of them try to run, then I can't promise anything.
I look at Dominic and just go, Dominic, this may sound weird, but take a look at my shoes.
What does he say?
He sees my boots of speed. He might not recognize them, but he might notice that there's a decent level of care and pristineness to them, being magic items.
Mhm.
So he might at least recognize that they are very, very fancy.
Mhm.
I just go, these are magic shoes. I am significantly faster than I once was before. I'd say only a handful of them could probably outrun me. But as I said, they are more of a danger to you if you lock them up like this.
And he says,
Alice,
Yeah.
with a passive perception of 19,
Wow.
would I have been able to go and hear his little remark about running?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's only like 5 feet from you.
So I'm gonna go and tuck my vial under my arm,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna go and put my hands up in front of my face. You know how like little kids will go and put their fingers down in front of their like eye teeth
Oh yeah.
and go and like little fangs or whatever.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go and do that and just go and hiss at them and be like, "See, animal."
He sort of takes a step back and shoots you a look, Octavian, and you would read a little bit of hesitation on his expression.
This one is a jokester.
I go and give him a winning some smile.
With that, Dominic will step forward and unlock the door. So there is a door. There is an opening. If I can draw this.
Hey, look, guys! I talked him into opening the doors.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Yeah, right in front here. There.
Yeah, it was all me.
Did that go?
I don't see anything.
Something's
Oh,
happening.
You
I
might
see
be
a
doing it on
white
the wrong
spot
layer.
that just popped up right here.
It's like clear for whatever reason.
Let me see if I can. Oh, hold on. I think I got it. Let's try that.
That
There you
works.
go.
I didn't.
There's
really-
the void into nothing.
Yeah, well, just so that is a gap that someone could walk through. So you'll notice that they're sort of set up. Whoa. Okay. Ren
Hey, Ren's
attacks.
the fast one.
So, as soon as Octavia walked up, I will say that Lusan's holds a meter of being like nervous about the deflators trying to figure it out would just change completely. Like he go from laughing to making funny to just dead on the outside
Okay.
as he's just staring at Octavia with looks like hollow eyes.
Kind of as I'm watching everybody kind of come out. Let's go. I did not travel with
You
her.
traitor!
And you are.
I am someone you left. You abandon us.
Awkward.
Uh,
And I'm gonna
He's not even
and
gonna go for the door.
step
Like
out.
at this point, with the door open, he just leans against the bars and is like pressing himself against it. He said, "You took your army. You ran. You left everyone to die."
I took no army. I left on my own accord.
Okay, that was my bad.
I mean, you could probably a lot of people left around the same time. Octavian.
Probably assumed that.
Mm-hmm.
You caused everything to happen. You and that emperor of yours, as he calls himself. You abandoned them. And here you stand, looking all prim and proper. Are you happy?
Octavian is very disheveled and his capelet has holes in it.
I mean, if you look at Lusan, he
That's
is
fair.
not. He looks dead on the outside, and his clothes are completely a wreck.
As this is going and happening, Agarwin starts going and playing a stressful little tune on his violin, quietly. And he's just sitting there going to watching the two of them go and argue. Or in this moment.
There are many things I would want to change about what happened. I do not know your name, friend. I am sorry, but you're right. I did abandon my people. Not before I did everything I could to stop a building from falling upon them, metaphorically.
Lusan would smack his head against the bars, but he doesn't make any sort of aggressive gesture or any aggressive movement towards Octavia, because he's not an idiot and can see that you're well armed and he is currently in rags.
Tell me your name.
Wait. You're here. You're alive. We can do this. My name is Lusan Draco. And I'm well, one of the last people of the city of, I forgot the name.
Tycon.
Tycon. Thank you. One of the last people of Tycon. The girl, but you're here. You're back. We can save it. We just need to push them out, and we can take it back.
Wait, push what out? I have not been there in 9 years. What has happened?
The warlords.
The Orcish warlords.
They took over. They rule it now. Although it may be rubble, that's where they are.
Do they suffer from the plague? Does it still spread?
DM.
Yes, the orcs are not as affected.
Hmm.
That one was beyond me. I didn't know about the plague.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Yes, but not nearly as much. But if we push the orcs out, the people can thrive and possibly find a way around the plague.
This is a good thought. But Lusan, there is a lot that I think you need to be brought up to speed on. There's a lot that I need to be brought up to speed on. Perhaps once this tent is set up, we can discuss that. Believe me, there is no greater point of shame in my life than when I left
Welcome back.
the city.
Someone needs to go and bring up the whole bombing the guy's house with a Molotov.
He was only a witness to that.
Yeah, it's only a witness.
No,
Not a
accessory.
Yeah, accessory.
You would be charged in court.
Fair. Yeah. But I was gaslit, Your Honor. The cheese man told me it was just a walk.
Just getting better and better as the story continues.
Yeah.
God, I wish I had seen that.
Yeah, no, that's like
I can clip it.
that is one of the weirdest, not like the weirdest, but it's definitely like one of the most like comedically just tragic things.
Varn was involved. It was awkward as shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyways,
I can't believe you were surprised.
Part of me knew that there was probably something wrong with it, but I was in full Octavian mode, and you know he's very straightforward to the point. He's used to people like being honest about what they're doing. But anyways,
Except not because it was the Praetor to an empire. But like,
I mean, hey, if he was told to go to this place and fight this enemy, that's what they wanted him to do. Anyways, so
just following
I
orders
know
didn't
how to
get
find a
everybody
way to.
off in the Nuremberg
I know how
trials.
to find a way to find the cure. I must know it.
oh,
I just need
that
more
can-
time.
Well, that can be discussed. Come, you've. I'll look to the rest of them and go, well, this one is not a companion of mine. He has useful information that I would like to discuss, and if you are willing, you can put him in my care.
I'm gonna turn to Flater. What did I just say about collecting strays? We've known. I like gesture towards our guard. We've known this one for what, 3 days?
3.5.
At least he knows music.
Are you're asking Dominic to release him in your custody?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Can you
I
roll-
respond to sorry, I stuttered on that. I respond to Ren. I say, I talked to him for 3 minutes. If that.
Yeah, this one's on Octavian. Is what I meant.
Be on me, whatever this is, but I think that we may bear fruit from this. But what does Dominic say?
Dominic would say, Octavian, this one was caught trying to steal from us, going through our supplies. And he kind
I
of
just kind of motion like up and down. I go, I say, and I mean no offense to this, Lusan, but look at him. Perhaps he had a reason to. Not fault one for doing what is necessary in the face of survival, yes?
Lucien would look over. None taken. After all, if they were to spare some, maybe I wouldn't have to try to raid them.
Can you roll persuasion, Octavian?
Sure. Where is my persuasion?
And to deflate her, while Octavian does that, I'd say at least it's only theft. Octavian didn't even know what he had been charged for. It could have been eating babies.
Whoa, jeez.
That sounds disgusting.
Dominic gives you a nod, Octavian, and says, if he causes any more trouble, and he just sort of lets the sentence hang.
I just look over to Lusan and goes, he won't, will he?
I have no reason to.
And he'll say, maybe you can even convince him to fight for us.
There are many things that will be discussed, Dominic. I will put that on the list.
He says to Lusan, you can buy quite a bit of bread with what we're paying, but you can think on it.
I lean over to this hide and go and simply whisper, that implies that there's bread to be made.
Been able to hear that?
Well, you
I got it.
Of 19.
Yeah. Do you have a good?
I have a knife here.
I have
Remember?
a 12 passive.
Yeah, you could probably roll, unless
Okay.
unless Agarwin, you think you spoke loud enough.
I mean, I'm whispering, but I'm not like being overly subtle about it by any means.
Yeah.
It's kind of one of those like
Let's roll
quieting of voice, but
Yeah.
still like wannabe whispers.
Because
so to speak.
I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like Lusan's probably focused more on Octavian and Dom. So let's see if he heard it.
Okay. Nope,
Okay,
didn't
no,
hear
you
it.
definitely you didn't get anything. No. Let the dice decide.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're right.
Great. So you would be begrudgingly let out, Lusan.
I would come out. I will be right back. I need to go get something really quick, so I will be in NPC mode.
Yes, and the door. Dominic slams the door shut behind him, and one of the figures in here, who looks sort of like a half, it was sleeping. You weren't sure if they were dead or alive. Perks up at the slamming of the gate and says, "What about me? What about me?" And Dominic
Yeah, Octavian, do you want a few more?
And Dominic just says, "Enough with you."
Be quiet, man. Too.
If that one has critical information, perhaps. But I think one is enough. I will get on my good graces.
And the guard right, next to Lusan, leans over Octavian and says, "You don't want him. We caught him in the woods with a goat."
With a goat, you say? Do tell
Welshman.
more.
A Welshman.
Doesn't he run like a Welshman?
Anyways.
I go and start fishing around looking for a pen and paper. It's like, you've got a story to tell, my friend. I need to hear this.
Oh, Agarwin. Dom says, "Look, Elf, if you want me to let you back in, you can talk to your friend, or maybe we should move along."
That's fine. I can speak through the bars. I'm perfectly fine with that.
Godwin, take your freedom where you can take it.
Oh, I can, but I've got a story to record.
Are we giving our weapons back?
So you would be led, unless anybody interrupts. Dom and two of the guards would lead you in this direction. Let me grab my polygonal thingamajig.
So actually, as we're being
Yes.
led, I would want to take Octavian, or not aside, but just like get up next to him.
Mm-hmm.
What was the princess's code name? Like her.
Adney.
Or like, have you seen Adney?
Yes, she's in the main structure. She's being regaled with stories of Vanador by an old senator.
Exciting. Do they know who she is?
Yes, they do.
Well, that's not fucking good.
Hannon was an ally to Vanador. I do not think it is improper for them to know. But
Oh yes, a nobleman in custody of an army. That's fantastic.
no harm will come to her. I have ensured that. But
I'll ensure that.
we can both do that. But there is a catch that I want to discuss when we have the privacy to. Not necessarily related to her, but just in general.
So if I did this right, yeah. So these, yeah. So they're walking in this direction. Walking and talking, I assume.
Yeah, as
Yeah.
quietly as we can.
Yeah. Okay.
Great song.
Yeah.
But
As always,
you know, I have several comments, but they'll wait till we're invited.
thank you for handling the music, as per the usual.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they would lead you over to a tent over here, this one right here, and it would lead you in. Heading inside, you would find your gear, and you would find a few well-made beds. There's more than enough room to sleep. It looks like a tent this size could comfortably hold about 10 soldiers, so there's enough room.
Make sure you grab a deflator and a Garwin as well.
Oh, did we move?
Yeah, I just moved myself.
Yeah, I can move you folks over unless you object.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
I'll let you move it.
Sure. Yeah, I try not to do that too much, but yeah. Good. So as they head over, you would see the other two guards. Yes.
I give you like absolute like full 100% permission to like move me if I'm not paying attention.
Sure.
Like, just do it at your discretion.
Can I move you in the middle of combat somewhere?
No.
You're up on this cliff now. You're on this ledge.
You're directly
being
next
too
to this
effective.
enemy.
Yeah, you're standing in
Being
the
too
fire.
effective, you're killing all my enemies. You need to move.
So yeah, Dom would linger for a moment in case you needed anything, and say, I hope you're comfortable, and let us know if you need anything.
Alice, I just noticed in this cart here, is that cheese?
It is indeed cheese.
Oh fuck, guys.
And there's a note that says compliments of your friend, the cheese. No, it does not say that.
Jesus. That was back
Compliments of Sheo Gorath.
tomatoes.
I legit.
I was gonna make a joke about Shiogara. Or a gift here from the U.S. government.
Yes,
Oh,
Sheo
God.
Gorath. Yes.
Or from Strahd.
Dom would walk away, but you'd.
Cheese.
What's that?
I was asking Fox because of what he said. Does Strahd have a thing for cheese?
I do remember that there's this one place that just has a shit ton of cheese in it.
Yeah, it's a cave underground owned by the U.S. government with 1.4 billion pounds of it. That is a real thing.
I mentioned Ravenhole.
Yeah, that's what they call it. Cave Ravenhold.
So Dom leaves.
Yes, and as you're, is there anyone looking in his direction outside the tent, or are you all?
I'm looking to make sure that he is out of earshot.
I would
Yeah,
definitely be keeping an eye on him.
Yep. So you would just notice that he leaves and he whispers something to these two, who kind of try to linger close by in a inconspicuous way, but you've noticed it.
Well, I'll have to talk a little quieter, but
You don't get the impression that they're eavesdropping. They're just kind of keeping an eye.
yeah, still.
If you want it quieter, I can help with that.
Oh, can you?
Mm-hmm.
I begin playing louder.
and I will have myself a sit down and start casting Lamon's tiny hut.
Ah.
When he's I like look at Octavian and just point to him like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
I earned his freedom. I didn't get his resume.
No, I mean,
Oh.
what is he? Why is he still here? Like, this is our conversation. We've known him for 10 minutes.
He has information about what has been going on in Tycon, and with what we have here, we might have something that we can use.
Well, then,
We might-
respectfully, he can join the conversation when he needs to.
I know you're a praetor, but that doesn't give you unilateral decisions for the group.
Fair enough.
Agree. I will take my leave.
Thank you.
And I'll turn around and look at the tent. I was like, do you think they're gonna stop me if I walk out the tent?
I wouldn't stray too far.
All right,
Just,
I will. I will walk out, making purposely that you can see that I've stepped far enough away and have myself a sit.
All right. Very well.
That there's no way I can hear you.
Well,
As I said, we
sorry, did you cast the tiny hut, or you stopped before you?
If I cast the tiny hut, it ends as soon as I leave. So, no.
That's true. Yes. Okay.
yeah, I'd say that interrupted his casting or whatever.
Okay, got it.
Because it does take like a minute or something like that to do.
It's
10 minutes with ritual.
10 minutes, yeah. So anyways, I'll just go. As I said, he is from Tycon, but he's been there since after I have left. And the information he has can be useful given what may come next. But, as I said, that condition that I mentioned, they want me to fight Wolf here. And they want me to take the fall.
I know that's not going to happen.
Oh,
Yeah,
fuck
don't.
no.
I'm glad that's not even a question.
He's never bested me in sparring, and he has not spent nearly as much time here as we have out around the rest of the world. He says that they've only been here for just shy of a month, but it has been 10 years since they left.
It sounds like every day that we're here, the outside world's going to get more fucked.
Right, which means we have to act quickly. Or hope that, if that is not the case, then either hope that whatever caused them to be here simply displace them from where they originally were.
Doesn't that mean that it displaced us too?
Hard to say. As far as I am aware, we were teleported, but regardless, they do not expect me to bend the knee to Wolf here, and they're not asking of it. They just, well, rather the elderly senator, Ava, wants me to take the fall as a way of giving him a bit more legitimacy. Whether or not he has. As far as anyone else is aware, he is the last living descendant. I think that is enough legitimacy that is necessary, but
I mean,
That's
a
his fault.
lie.
So we're sure his sister's dead then?
no, she is alive, but they don't need to know that.
So we're gonna go and fake going and making him stronger looking and
I have
a
no
better heir,
There's
so
no
that
shot
when
we're
he
doing
gets
that.
out, he gets booted in the face, basically? Is that the game plan then?
No, I am going to teach him a lesson. I'm going to show him that he can play general and emperor all he wants, but at the end of the day, he is a noble who likes to swing a sword.
How good is he?
He's never bested me.
I got 2 foot of steel in the guy's belly. Anybody? Any takers? Any?
I don't intend to kill him. I would not,
Bitch, you take all the fun out of this.
well, considering I'm good, but when numbers are against us, I'm not going to take that chance. Besides, no matter what disdain I have for the man, he is still the son of the Emperor I swore myself to.
You
Frankly,
didn't
I
swear
don't.
yourself to him, though.
I have no intention
I
to.
feel like that's Octavian's entire point. I don't know. My thoughts are that this problem, whether or not you beat him in a duel or not, doesn't go away until the Vanadori Empire, at at its last wish, on its last legs as it is now, is only soot and ash.
Well, isn't
what they
he the
do-
Empire now?
What they do with the state of things is their choice, but I have no intention of following through on that fey creature's wishes. Cutting down this tree of her rival, that can be done later. There are more pressing matters to attend to. Things that a small contingent of forces, but well-trained ones, would be useful to have at our beck and call.
So, one, this thing that we've been warned is the cause of all the evil that's going on is not important, and you think this wolf here is going to lend you his army.
It's a
He
gamble.
makes a point.
I thought he hated you.
We have a mutual dislike. I did not get the impression that
Is it
there's...
because you fucked his sister?
No, he never actually got the chance, from my understanding. He just wanted to.
Oh.
Let us not go that far, but...
There were feelings.
I don't get the impression that Wolf here has any significant hate for me. I care little for him, given how he is, well, much of the problems that befell Vanador came because he thought he knew better. And he could just do what he wanted and not listen to the dying wish of his father. But that is besides the point. What has happened has happened. He just doesn't realize it. He needs to look facts. He needs to look at the facts. He needs to look me dead in the eye, as I have bested him, and maybe he'll get his act together. But if
Do
we
you
can
blame-
have...
Oh, no, you go. You finish.
No, I was rambling. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you blame the fall of your empire solely on his leaving?
There were other factors, but it was definitely the thing that got the ball rolling.
We are back again.
Did your sister not abandon as well and then get captured in a tower full of shadows, and maybe that's why the plague happened?
That is most likely what happened, but she left to follow him, to get him to stop, to come back. I was there for the altercation. I was held up.
It only sounds like the inevitable happened.
Sounds like you have no fucking clue and you're just grasping at straw.
Are you
If
talking to
I'm
me or him?
Octavian.
Frankly,
If I'm remembering what the Fey creature told us,
Octavian,
Hmm?
you cut me off. Don't
Sorry.
do that. Frankly, I think that all of the stuff going on here right now is hogwash, and is only distracting us from what we need to do at hand. We are heroes of our time. And
Not 10 years ago.
And yeah, not 10 years ago. And the people around us aren't living in the now. They're living and grasping at a dead dream. So why don't we, instead of playing Empire, playing Civilization, instead of doing that, why don't we make something of ourselves?
I
Isn't
agree
that our
with you.
fate?
Thought we were playing house, but okay.
I agree with you, Deflator. Do not misunderstand. But I do not think we are going to earn our freedom without me knocking some sense into that Emperor.
Hence my suggestion of 2 feet of steel in his belly.
I don't think.
And
Let's face it, your empire is dead.
I'm aware.
The moment they go and walk out out of this forest, they're in the middle of a foreign nation.
They will walk out of the forest, but if we kill their emperor, I don't think the Legion is just going to let us go.
Exactly. But as I said, I do not intend to kill him.
It's a fair duel.
Listen, if I'm
you
remembering.
simply ask if he yields. If he does not yield, you have to kill him. But I'm not suggesting that. Frankly, I'm suggesting that you don't fight at all, because I feel like he'll be mauled by werebears soon enough.
I'd like to see that.
Be that as it may, if I'm recalling what the Fey woman Nire said, Terrasin did not place this upon them. Whatever she intended was hijacked by the Fey creature. And that is why I do not want to do its bidding. There are multiple reasons, but I would say that is prime among them. It is obvious that she cannot be trusted, and that she has done this, brought them here.
So let me ask
And
this
because
one.
of that, whatever backfire there was to that magic is causing all of the problems that we have in Tycon, and whatever is going on with Terrasin at Magraste is either involved or a symptom of that.
So let me ask this then. It's been a decade since they've disappeared, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And they look fairly young to you, don't they? Like all the rest of you look to me. But if they've been here for, well, however long they think it's been, a week or whatever, but in normal world, they've been gone for a decade. What makes you think that going and playing with them is going to go and do us a damn bit of good? For all we know, by the time we go and finish playing house with these idiots, it'll be shit. Who knows? Maybe 3 decades by the time we go and try to leave.
Well, with any luck, it won't take that long. They want me to fight Wolf here.
That's
She said at
simply
dawn,
not how
right?
the Feywild
In a
works, Octavian.
lifespan that you lot live in comparison to me and my kind, you always go and call us lazy and, well, long-winded and long-lived and all that shit.
That is a generalization, but go ahead.
That is a
Either way,
generalization. If anything,
either
I'm jealous of your lifespan. Especially
well,
considering I maybe only have 43 years left.
well, we can get into that later. But either way, if we are going to be sitting here playing with them for 2 decades or 3 or 4 or however long it takes us to get out of here, what makes you think that there's going to be anything alive that we're supposed to be going and dealing with out there? When we go and walk out of those woods, for all we know, there'll be flying wagons.
Which is why we must move quickly. If the passage of time in this forest is
Well, go put your sword in them now and let's get out of here.
It doesn't work like that.
Well,
if I do that,
let's pick up the pace then. And I'm lazy.
If we do that, I am committing regicide, and I have forfeited our rights to live.
He doesn't have a kingdom anymore to go and be considered regicide.
He has yet to accept that fact. I brought it up to him. I don't know if he has fully accepted it yet.
Then he's an idiot.
No. There's a senator whispering poison in his ear, as there always have been. If I can get him alone, perhaps he'll at least listen to me a bit better. But that assumes a lot about our freedom in this place. Listen, I understand your concerns, Agarwin. I want to get out of here as quickly as possible. I was not expecting to be in this God's forsaken place. And
Is there any way that some of us can go and take care of the tree while you take care of this mess?
That's assuming any of us are ready to take on this tree. It's something created by a god or something. Are you ready to fight a god? I sure as fuck aren't.
You make a fair
I'm ready
point.
for anything.
if I am
Yeah, you
remembering,
wanted to fight the god that we were talking to. You're
Hey,
the
finish
reason
that
that we're
word.
He does make a good point, but either way.
listen, if what's I am hesitant to believe anything that has come out of that fey creature's mouth, but something tells me that she was correct in her assumption, that she was truthful in her statement on.
The Fae cannot lie.
I can only twist the truth, but
But it is still truth. It just may not be the truth that you want to hear.
she intended to have Terrasin take the place of whatever her rival was within this tree. I do not wish such a fate upon her, but that would assume that we can free her from her confinement. And Magraste is.
Then we best get moving. So let's pick up the pace. And when
Question.
I'm saying that, that's kind of ridiculous.
We can.
You are a rogue of
Ridiculous, I
sorts.
know.
I wasn't going to say that. I think we're all frankly ridiculous. The fact that we're discussing this and not moving forward is ridiculous.
You make a good point.
That being said, Ren, if you don't think that doing what we're doing here is the right call, or going to the tree is the right call, and I'm sorry that I'm the reason that we're here. That is my fault. And I'll admit that. Unlike a certain false emperor in the other building around here. But if neither of those are what we're supposed to be doing, what is our next step forward? I'm leaving this in your hands instead of Octavian's. As much as I respect you, Octavian, I don't think the decision that you are to make here is the right one.
Fine, but Fine, no harm will come to any of these men.
I can't promise that.
That was not my worry.
Well, supposed to do something. It's not the way I would want to put it. I do think it's important that Octavian deals with whatever's going on here, but I agree that it must be done expediently. As in within a day.
That was the scheduled time, according to what Ava said.
But we must be allowed to leave. Now, and I guess, what do you think could happen? Because, no, let me bring up a map real quick.
Do we have any indication of where said tree is located?
I was about to, that's what was going to be my question. Is
North.
you told?
It's northward, according to the map. It just depends on, do we have to go a bit more east or do we have to go a bit more west as we're going north?
Right, you're gonna have to.
Okay.
You're gonna have to ask.
Yeah.
All right,
So
okay.
we weren't given any indication by Nire.
No.
So I thought that we were told it was like Exorix or
Zekdiem is the place.
Yes, that's true.
Let me go to
where's Zekdien?
If anybody wants to, if anybody who thinks that they're from here wants to roll history, they can try.
Would I be able to?
Sure.
Is Zekdiem on the? Oh, there it is. Oh, is that the tree?
Okay. Octavian, you would have heard, depending on how much you studied, Elven history and customs, you would have heard a children's story of a tree that was at the, what do you call it? Hold on a second. I'm looking at the map as well. What do you call that?
the
yeah, like
apex.
yeah, like between at the foothills of the mountains between the two rivers.
Okay.
Roughly.
Well, if the old stories are to be believed, this tree Zekdiem is supposed to lie at the base of the mountains and foothills, somewhere between. Would it be part of the Echo Mountain range, or would it? It's kind of like right in the middle, right?
Oh dear.
Well, it's at the base of foothills that border the
Yeah.
Echo Mountains and the Black Hills, which is further to the north. In between, you said in between two rivers?
Yeah.
In between two rivers.
I don't know where any of the things you just said are.
I'll pull out our map. It's probably not labeled on the map. I'll kind of point in the area that it should be according to how the map looks.
Now, to answer your question, Deflator, what I would like to do is return to Hannon, rout out any of the remaining vigilant and those loyal to the abbot, get Adney back to her mother, get them in power, and then fuck off back to the Sword Coast. As that's my job. And what I will do, I am not decided yet. If we are going to continue, I think it would behoove us to rescue the princess. Octavian's princess.
I appreciate the consideration. What of the what's the day of alms and bread or whatever?
Arms and bread.
Arms and bread. What of the day of arms and bread? What are we to do about the dwarves that have yet to potentially receive word to march to war under false pretenses?
The abbot it has been properly disposed of, which is what we hope happened with the paladins.
I really do need to follow up on that one, make sure that actually happened.
And we can do clear out Hannon, then there would be no one asking for the dwarves for help. Because the queen will let that go.
True enough. Could at least do that and send word that they got the story wrong.
So I don't know about any of you, but I came here to do this some religious zealot. Now I've been talking to a god, and now I'm in the middle of some time-warped forest. See, I have a pay grade. It's not very high. This is way the fuck above it.
Life is fucked.
Ren.
Yes.
With your passive perception, you notice a small disturbance outside the walls of the camp. Just some raised voices and some rustling.
Can I place it?
Yep. I'll send you a ping coming from this direction.
Are you on the right layer, or?
I'm sure not. This direction.
Okay. So it's some rustling and shouting.
Yep. Just like a little bit of a it's a really good word for it. A kerfuffle.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
I am there. I just thought,
Great nerds, you know.
I hear something going on outside.
We're in a war camp.
Yes, there's some kind of commotion, or one might say a kerfuffle.
That's...
I don't know. If it turns into an altercation, I'll let you know. Otherwise, I don't really care.
Lusan, as you're sitting outside, you see the guards who were kind of at this gate. They're shouting, picking up their weapons, and they're walking. They're sort of jogging outside of the camp.
How tall are the walls?
About 8 feet.
Okay. Does it sound like there's an escalation outside to me?
Yes.
I tell the group, alright, something might be going on. I'm gonna go take a look.
put a pin in this. See what's going on.
Yes. I'm gonna step outside and just run and just climb up the wall. Just
Actually,
kinda, like, sit up on top of it.
yep. Oh, I missed Ren sitting on top of things.
It's what he does.
I know, he's always on a roof or something. It's great. Yeah, as you come out and you're climbing up on the roof, or excuse me, up on top of the wall, actually, Ren, you would have an excellent view of what's happening.
I'd like to summon my familiar from the pocket that I left him in, and then have him have a bird's eye view.
Oh yes, okay. You have a what is it? A what is it? A
Owl.
hawk? An owl.
Owl.
Yes. Okay. Let's get you a token for that as soon as we can. And
For
what
now, here it is.
yes. So what you see is. Oh,
Hmm?
sorry. What you see is the soldiers are sort of running forward, and as they're running forward, you hear some shouting, and all of a sudden, this one. Trying to remember the finer points. Arrow right through the eye, falls dead, and these ones are sort of shouting, and they're trying to take up a formation. As you see two dryads stepping forward, and they have clubs in their hands, and they're about to engage as arrows are hitting around near the soldiers.
I'll just, like, walk along the wall over here and just kind of take, like, a crouched position and just wait and watch.
Lucan will walk out underneath and just look up at. I'm sorry, I forgot your name again. So bad at this.
Ren?
I don't
Ren.
think he knows my name yet.
No, I'm talking to you, not saying his name.
Yeah.
That's
His name
true,
is
that's
Ren.
true.
And he would look up and say, "That was an interesting shot. Looks like trouble is brewing out there."
I'm gonna walk up to this guy and go, "Soldier, what's happening?"
Oh, it looks like those forest folk are back again. Help us get them. Oh,
I'm not fucking doing that.
So I'm just gonna ask if folks we can roll initiative, unless folks are just watching it play out.
I'm gonna take up a defensive position, and if anybody gets past, I'll do something.
Okay.
Ren is not doing anything at the moment. He is ready to catch an arrow if it is shot at him, but that's why he's not afraid to just sit up there.
Yeah.
But otherwise, he's just gonna watch.
Consider me taking the dodge action until I'm actively threatened.
Sure.
Lucan will stand nearby to what's going on.
I just.
Sorry. I just say when I was up here, like still over here, and I saw the arrow fly, I would have shot to Deflator or shouted to Deflator and a Garwin. I said, "Might be some action. Best get ready."
I'm going to wander over, and if I climb up on this crate here, am I able to go and kind of see over the walls at all?
How tall are you?
I think I'm about 5'8", give or take.
6, 7. On tiptoes, you could just see over the top.
Give me half a second.
Crate's about 2 feet.
Okay. Then I'm going to just kind of sit on the side of it, and I'm going to listen to the sounds of battle. I'm just going to go and play a song along with it.
Nice. Who can see the farthest? Because let me just draw a line as how far you can see. I want to make sure I reveal what I'm supposed to reveal.
Was it dark outside or?
No, it's getting to be dusky, but it's not.
One
dark.
second.
I mean, Ren has a very high perception.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm 5'6", actually, so yeah.
Okay. So I'll just do like one of these. Tell me if I'm shortchanging anyone. You notice, Ren, you would see from your perch. You can see 5 dryads.
I wave to them, just casually.
Yes. You would see the 3 in the back. Appear to be firing arrows, and there's 2 that are running right now as we're paused. They're running with clubs. towards this guy. All right, so I guess if anyone wants to add themselves, great. Otherwise, as Octavian's go, you're holding the dodge action, I believe.
Yeah, he said he was doing
Yep,
that until
yep.
he is a grab.
Yeah, my thing was muted. I'm taking the dodge action. I'll be right back.
Sure. So let's see. Dryads. These two move up to engage in a melee with these two as 3 arrows shoot out. And you can see a few of the arrows hitting the Vanadori soldiers. These soldiers who are engaged in a melee are going to make short sword attacks. A couple of big misses, as these two are going to run up to attempt to engage this one, and they're going to make a couple of weapon attacks. You see that this dryad has been hit. Behind you, there certainly is some commotion and yelling from within the camp. Brings us back to Octavian, still waiting. Everybody cool?
Yep.
I disappeared, but yeah.
You did. Where'd you go?
I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just there somewhere.
So I'll go and move up to the opening here, and I'm just gonna kind of lean against the wall and continue to play. I'm gonna sing in Elvish, and I'm gonna go and sing. Basically, be going and singing 1 little, 2 little, 3 little Indians. As I'm watching the battle here and watching the Empire soldiers fall, if they are falling.
My Allah has 120 feet of dark vision.
Sure.
You want to hit the turn order to like send it to descending, because deflator is higher than me on initiative.
Yep.
I say, what would be my turn? I would half jokingly say to Agarwin, might want to be careful what you're saying down there. That might make mistake you for one of them.
For one of the dryads?
Meaning that the Venadorians might mistake you for an enemy, considering they hate elves.
You make a fair point.
He says it in a joking manner. And then just continues to say.
I'm just gonna go back to singing.
As the battle continues, you see a few Vanadori soldiers take positions on the wall. They're firing arrows, and they're exchanging arrow fire with the dryads. This one is going to fall to the arrow fire as this one begins to try to escape away. In the melee, the two who are in a melee, one of them is going to attempt to run a triggering attack of opportunity from this one, which is a hit. He actually cuts her down as she is trying to escape. And then this one is going to attempt to grapple this dryad, actually attempting to hold her. It appears as though he's got a hold of her. So this one has actually grabbed this one as this one is attempting to flee, which brings us back to Deflator.
Well, I will. Well, I wasn't really paying attention. I was spaced out.
They're just exchanging
are we-
arrow fire, and this one has this dryad's been held, grappled by the soldier.
Well, in case anything happens, it's not terrible to be prepared, so I'll cast Armor Bag at this, and that'll be about it.
At this, Octavian, you're holding dodge?
So I did a wisdom save my last turn, and I didn't do very well for my self-imposed DC, so I'm going to just go. Octavian's just going to go. Shit. And I'm not going to not going to draw my weapon just yet, but I'm going to kind of click the heels together to Boots of Speed, doubles my movement speed, and I'm going to charge this one, and I'm going to attempt to shut to knock it prone.
Oh, okay.
Do you want me to just make an attack roll, or do you want me to do like an athletics check or something?
Let me think. For to knock someone down, I believe that.
Yeah, as a shove.
It's an
attack.
athletic.
Yeah.
It replaces an attack as an athletics against their athletics or acrobatics.
Thanks, Cobra.
Just like a grab.
Okay. Oh, natch 1. Never mind.
Oh, well, that's a nat 2 on my side. So.
Oh. Well, it's not a.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's still an 8.
auto
Right?
failed. Yeah. it's
Yeah.
not
They
auto
try to
failed, it's
push
bad.
each other and miss.
I mean, what does her total come out to? She can use athletics or acrobatics to avoid.
Yeah. Well, that would be a 3.
Okay, so I guess it works.
Sure.
Octavian.
A lot of
Kinda-
slapping going on, and it kind of works.
Yeah. Okay. So, like, I imagine that Octavian kind of runs out. The Praetor is back in his element with his shield brothers, and he runs out and he attempts to do a big knock. He kind of slips, and as he trips, he knocks the Dryad down.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna.
You're not prone though. You just kind of slip and knock her down.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to then kind of salvage this and make it look like I was doing it on purpose and attempt to grapple them while they're on the ground.
Okay, that's a
using
a
my
contested,
second attack.
Yeah, that's a contested strength.
Mhm.
Okay.
But this will put me prone as well, so I'll have them. So I'll also have they'll have disadvantage on arrow fire against me.
Okay, and that's is that 2 actions?
It's an athletic. So it's 2 attacks because you can substitute an
Yes,
attack
that's right,
for
okay.
the shove or grapple.
Got it. That's right.
If I'm remembering correctly.
I'll defer to Cobra. I think it's fine.
I mean, I'm also a fighter too, so like, what else am I gonna
Yeah.
do?
So yeah, exactly. Yeah.
All right, so I'll do an athletics.
Push-ups.
Roll acrobatics.
Okay, great. Ooh,
14.
wow. 6, 7. That's an 8.
All right, so they are now kind of grappled by me as I. Let's see. Let's say I'm like on top, kind of like crouched over, just pushing my shield down to hold my weight and pin them to the ground.
Okay.
So just me, like 6'1" me, with my big shield pushing them into the dirt in my armor, all that weight.
Okay.
And I'm just going to hold them.
Okay.
See if anybody comes back, or if we're gonna have more friends.
Okay. Bringing it to the Dryads. This one is going to take the dash action and is going to run towards the tree line. And you actually see as they approach, you would see that she actually is going to meld with one of the trees, and she's gone. Meanwhile, this one is going to. I think they can repeat their save. To try and get out or no? Yeah.
I think so.
If it's like a grapple, they can repeat. I think.
Let me double check because I don't have like a quick link on my thing.
That's their strength.
Actions in combat. There we go.
They can use their. I was in the kitchen. They can use their action to make another contested check against Octavian's athletics. They make an acrobatics or athletics check. It's the same as initiating the grapple.
Yeah, but they have to use their action to attempt to escape it.
Okay.
So
And that is
total
a
20.
Oh, okay, that is a 10. All right, so you've still got her. This one actually is going to break away. She's going to get her save against the Vanadori soldier, and she's going to make her way towards the tree line. She's going to. That was her. Let me think. So she's got 30 feet of movement. So she's going to start. Yep, speed 30 feet. So yeah, she's going to go. Okay, right there. So this one's running. The Vanadori soldiers are going to. They're actually watching. A couple of them are watching Octavian, but they're going to be firing some arrows at this one. A couple misses. One arrow seems to stick in her leg as she's running. And these two, seeing her go, they're shouting some orders, and they're actually going to start to come over towards you, Octavian. They're gathering around as you hear some shouting from inside the camp, and you would actually see coming in that direction. You would see your friends in the distance, you would see Wolfhair and Gabriel approaching from inside the camp.
I will kind of pull up the Dryad and kind of do like the human shield kind of thing, like arm around neck. I'm just gonna whisper into her ear. Just go, in common, because I doubt she speaks Celestial. Just whisper.
This one speaks does not speak Celestial.
Okay, I figured they didn't. What do I say? I had it and then I lost it. Do not make this harder on yourself. They will listen to me. I will grant you mercy. You have my word on that.
She sort of looks at you. There's tears in her eyes, and she's just it's like rage mixed with fear, and she seems to nod.
Well, either way, I'm still maintaining the grapple. I just am trying to get her to calm down. She's not gonna win this.
Yes. So that I believe Deflator anything?
Wait, is it my turn?
Yeah, I don't want to skip right over you, but I just wanted to make sure.
I mean, I'll look around me. Is anybody else doing anything?
No, you just see Wolfhair and... Well, actually, I don't think you would know Gabriel, but yeah, you would see them approaching. And there's definitely, a commotion as the attention of the camp is centered around Octavian and the captured Dryad.
I don't think I'll do anything.
Okay. And Octavian, you're just kind of maintaining the grasp. You notice that she is just sort of panicked and going sort of limp, and she's not really struggling.
Good.
While the other one is going to use her action to dash to the tree line, and you see her disappear as well.
If you want to move her with me, I'm going to go, because it's half speed to drag, I'm just going to start moving her back in.
Sure. As this happens, this has attracted a lot of attention. You'd also see Ava and Adney sort of emerge, and they're approaching as well. All eyes are on you.
So at the moment I see Adney, I jump down and just make my way to be near her.
She would see you, and she's very, very happy. She actually is going to give you a hug and say, "Ren, you're okay."
So I'm glad to see you are too.
Where is Octavian?
Went out for a bit of sport, it looks like.
She looks through the gateway, and she's sort of watching the scene. Just a second.
And after we hug, I would kind of put my arm around her and kind of wedge myself between her and the old lady. Just because because Ren has no trust of anyone here.
That's fair.
I don't blame you.
Yeah, you see that Ava is curious about you, Ren, but obviously her attention's diverted at the moment.
I just want to say, Ren will hit an old woman. I just make that
he's a pirate. I don't doubt it.
There was a recap. It was session 20 or something, and the recap included, the party interrogated an old woman and tied her to a chair, and then Deflator almost killed a child. There's things got weird.
Yeah, yeah. That was when things in Aaronsport were getting really tense.
Yeah, really fucky.
That was our dark era.
Yes.
Yeah. Which is interesting that there was so much natural tension brewing, because that was what was going on with the rest of the town. It's really good.
Lucien will make his way over next to Defiler while looking out and say, "Is that normal, Deflator?" I just keep doing it. I'm sorry. And just lean over while looking at Octavia. Is that normal for them to just run out?
Okay. They're both good names.
I told you. I'm
good.
bad with names. I'll get it eventually.
My name has
Maybe
one syllable. I
Look
hope
at-
you can at least get that right.
Look at the turn order.
Yes, Rin.
And you've got it.
They're good dogs, Brant.
And ask, is that normal for the Praetor to run out there and tackle down a dryad like that?
Someone's got to do it.
I mean, I suppose.
The sure as shit isn't gonna be me.
I can tell you,
I'm
it
not
definitely
that
wouldn't
dumb.
be me. I could also say that Lucan also all of a sudden has like this cup in his hand that's full of wine, and is just currently sipping on it. Did you want some?
You got another?
I do.
Yeah, I'll take some.
He'll reach.
I'll-
He'll reach into this bag, which he definitely didn't have before, and pull out a cup and a large jug and pour him some.
Well, fuck me. You welcome to the party.
And you, and you, Deflator.
No,
Deflator's in combat, I think.
I'm not in
I-
combat.
Oh,
I
you're
was gonna
not.
say, isn't combat over?
Oh, that's
Yeah,
right. You
yeah,
went and
We can take us out of
You went and cast
initiative.
the
I rolled it.
for
Yeah,
now.
I rolled initiative.
yeah, I remember you going and saying that you cast the spell, but I, for whatever didn't reason or realize that you weren't in combat. But combat's over, so we're fine.
I will look over to this man. Does he look, decently built? Does it look like
Which
he's
one?
like this guy? Is he like skinny, or is he like think like he could probably handle her?
No, that guy more of a servant kind of guy.
Okay.
The other 4 soldiers upfield from you all look fairly formidable.
I'll kind of motion one of them over, just go and tell them to, put her in captivity. I have questions for her.
Sure.
And as he goes to as I go to like change off like the grasp, I kind of like grasp his hand a little bit and go, a gentle hand will yield better information. More flies with honey, yes?
She sort of looks at you and nods.
I find the most honey earth. You get the most flies with bullshit.
Also true.
Excellent point, Ren.
Can we move there-ish?
Excellent point.
Yeah, wherever I need to go.
Great. So you would see Wolfhair and Gabriel approach, and Wolfhair will say, "Well done, Octavian. Well done."
I'm gonna swirl my wine and go and say, yes, well done.
Have you managed to take any of them captive, or is this the first raid that you have experienced from these ones?
No, these things have been dogging us. I've sent out a small force to secure a logging camp so we can build better fortifications, but these creatures seem rather perturbed whenever we fell one of their trees.
Are you
I mean,
planning
the-
to move in?
When he says like things and creatures and whatnot, I can very clearly tell it's like an elven, type creature, right?
Mm,
Like it's humanoid, looks like a lady, but with like elven ears and like tree stuff all over her.
yeah, I mean, so the skin is very bark-like. The features are vaguely are reminiscent of elven, but certainly
Okay.
a bit muted.
They're more fey than they are elvish,
Mhm.
but elves are fey spawned, so
Yeah, they're mortal
Now,
fey people.
now would you, Octavian, know exactly what this creature is? I don't know.
Probably not, but it's. I mean, Octavian's not in the business of torturing prisoners, so.
Well, unless some fingers need to be broken, but
I mean,
or
when he
houses need to be
when he
burned.
needs information from terrorists, like a false flag operation
That's
to
fair. That's fair.
trick everybody, to trick an entire continent into war. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Sometimes speed is of the essence.
That's fair.
But anyways, let's go. Well, take this as an opportunity to get information.
At this, you would actually notice that the weather, which had been, seasonable for the late fall, grows a bit colder as a very light snow begins to fall.
Is that normal?
Gabriel looks up and says, "The weather here is a bit indecisive." And he shouts something over his shoulder about, check our stocks of furs. And you see a couple of the servants go to scurry. They start digging through crates. And Wolfhair will say, yes, Wolfhair will say, yes, well done, well done. We shall make, this one will make a fine sacrifice.
Wait, what?
What?
Well,
Are you joking, or is that what he says?
No, he says that. Yeah, he says this will make a fine sacrifice to Tyr.
Excuse me.
Yes, Octavian. Is there a problem?
What you just said was not under the impression that Tyr demanded the sacrifice of living beings.
Well, certainly we want to win his favor, don't we?
There are better ways to gain the favor of the god of justice.
At this, Wolfhair seems to be listening to you as Gabriel comes up and says, Praetor, you saw they attacked us. They attacked us willingly.
I was not talking to you, Senator. I was talking to the Emperor. Stand back.
He looks very angry until Wolfhair kind of gives him the look, and he begrudgingly steps back. And he says, tell me, Wolfhair says, tell me, Octavian, what do you suggest?
I suggest you take her as a prisoner. Perhaps you can get information as to where they are coming from.
Might I get a quiver of those arrows, please?
Damn, he's already drunk.
From the wine.
I'm 2 bottles in.
Damn, it's fucking like a college freshman.
Yes, I mean, there are 2...
Or a white woman.
Yeah.
Whoa. There's
Hey,
2...
I am one of those things.
Fair.
do you guys mind? I didn't need to run to the bathroom very quickly.
Go for it.
Yeah,
Run on.
I'll be right. Just 1 second.
No, it's the fucking rice that I'm eating.
Why is
That's,
Rice giving you the hiccups?
I don't know. Well, it's probably the combination of alcohol and rice.
Dude,
But either
literally,
I have the
everything
hiccups.
gives me hiccups. Like, it doesn't matter. Fried chicken will give me fucking hiccups. Like,
It's fucking worse. I don't mind like light hiccups, but I hate those hiccups that literally knock the air out of your lungs every time.
those are the kind I get.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Yes.
hate those. Dramatic music.
I know, right?
We all went quiet. Dramatic music. I mean,
Why do you think
Lucette
it started
would-
playing?
Lucien would actually just gesture over at Ren with the glass like offering.
Ren would decline.
It's rather good. You should try some sometime.
It's magical.
All the more
That
reason to
explains-
abstain.
How about some hot tea then?
It
It also comes in this. Yeah, it comes with hot tea, beer, honey, mayonnaise. I still don't get that. Oil, vinegar, fresh water, salt water, and wine.
Sandwiches.
I mean, yeah.
Or grog. Just
Yeah.
chug it.
Yeah.
He was about to offer to Octavian, but that happened, so he was like, no.
I'm probably gonna try and talk to Wolf here alone.
Once I
very-
heard the sacrificed tear, I was like, well, that's
Yeah, considering that the previous part of this campaign was dealing with fucking zealots. Now we have, I don't know, cultists.
Now we
to,
have a zealot want to be a prince or emperor.
to
Yep.
a god that is supposed to be at least a lawfully aligned deity.
Yeah.
So, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I gotta get him alone. I gotta get him away from this fucking snake. Oh, welcome back, Ellis.
I'm back. Yes.
While they're doing that and putting her in irons and shit like that, I want to talk to Wolf here, and I want to say, Wolf here, can we take a walk? It's a bit more private. I wish to speak to you alone.
He looks behind him, and he says, "Yes, I think that would be nice.
Yes.
I'd like to
Does
get
Gabriel?
I'd like to get straight on a few things."
Does Gabriel protest, or is he does he know his place right now?
He's biting his tongue, really hard.
I never drew my weapon, so I only have my shield in my hand. So, but I'll just take a walk with him so that we can be a bit of earshot of people.
Sure. So maybe you'll walk the perimeter of the wall a little bit, or whatever you. Or he would actually say he'd say we can patrol the wall. Might be good for the men to see us together. Or I can show you our new logging camp, which isn't far from here.
You can say I'm inspecting your fortifications.
Certainly. And just so you know, I don't know how far I mean, it's daylight, but yeah, the logging camp is in the northeasterly direction. You can see it on the map.
I don't give a shit about the trees he's cutting down.
No, that's fine.
I mean, I do because it's probably part of the reason why the Dryads are attacking, but it's not my immediate concern.
Yep.
And I would say it is because Octavian does know a lot about fortifications. He has managed sieges before.
That I have. I was not going to bring it up, but thank you.
Ain't no siege in here, my lord. You just walk around the gate.
Anytime Octavian tries to talk to somebody of mild country influence, just one extra gray hair. All right.
We're gonna send them into a farming village.
Does anybody
Just to
want
see what happens.
do anything before I start talking to this man? I don't want to take up anybody's time too much.
Yeah, let's go around
So
the
you're
room.
trying to go and get him away from the counselor, right?
I need to talk to him alone. I wanted to do that in the first place. Now I really want to do it, and it looks like I can. So I'm gonna do that.
I can see if I can go and get in the counselor's way there and see if I can try to distract him a bit.
My owl is going to start following Octavian from
Fair
a distance. He wants to make sure that Octavian doesn't die. He right now is his only is the only hope he can possibly think of for the town.
Yeah, well, I have my sword and my shield. I'm dealing with somebody who's never bested me, but I don't expect him to do anything stupid.
It was more for the Dryads than it was for that one guy.
Yeah.
So let's say that you're walking. Octavian's beginning to walk around the perimeter with Wolfhair and Wolfhair would announce that he's going to check the fortifications. Meanwhile, these guards would have closed ranks and come back in, and they would be 3 of them would be bringing the Dryad into a tent. You'd see them walking this way. If no one interferes, they're walking in that direction.
Nope.
Okay. So
I'm just watching.
I did tell
I'd
them
watch
to be
them.
gentle, but yeah.
Yes. You see they're not roughing her up too much. Maybe a shove here and there, but nothing too bad. Those bodies of the Dryads, they're being left there for the moment, but you'd see some of the more servant type people coming out and and searching, beginning to like they're about to search them and bring them within the walls, whatever's left of them, which you might notice is certainly like a very kind of like a withered husk.
While they're going and bringing all this in, are they bringing in the Dryad's weaponry and whatnot?
It's being left in the field for the moment.
I would like to go and collect some of the arrows and whatnot to add to my quiver.
Sure.
Not that I really am keeping track, but may as well.
I picked myself up some quivers.
Free storage space.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Could you roll, Garwin? Could you roll a d10?
I suppose I could. Because you ask so nicely.
Okay, so you find what appear to be 10 standard arrows, and you find 2 arrows which are shimmering. They appear to be enchanted in some way.
Ooh.
Meanwhile, actually, if I may, Octavian, Ava would remark something to Ren.
Yeah, go ahead.
She would say, well, you must be this, you must be this Ren that I've heard so much about.
You can presume that.
Yes, Ethelind here has told me a bit about the exploits across the sea in that town. What was it called? And Ethelyn would say, Aronsport. Yeah, yes, Aronsport. Yes, it's a nasty business, that, though.
Yeah, we had to kill some hags.
Are you calling her a hag?
I picked up on it immediately.
Oh, I am definitely not calling her a hag.
But he's not calling her a hag.
Yes, nasty business. That I'd like to say that I've never met one, and I hope I never do.
He's implying that he's met her family, is what he's doing.
Damn.
Well, you're quite right to hope that.
Of course, Octavian and I, we've met before. It was after a winter campaign near Windclaw. I saw him forcing the orcs back across the river. He did well to remind them that those accursed lands are theirs, and they always will be.
Sorry, what was that?
She said that she's met Octavian before, and she saw him during one of his campaigns when he was fighting orcs.
He's told us a couple stories. Oh, damn, I was going to make a sieging joke, but Ren wasn't there for that. So we're going to say, he's formidable, talented.
Yeah.
He's, I don't know, I can't think of the word. Oh, touch naive.
Yes, well, that's something that perhaps he shares in common with our young emperor, who's brash but capable. He does have the loyalty of the army, which is good. The soldiers never did much like his sister. She was too bookish. No, just simply no fun at all.
Yes, because it's so much better to wave a sword around willy-nilly than it is to know how to fucking read.
She would sort of look at you a bit aghast, and moving sort of in this direction, she would try to put her hands over Ethelyn's ears and say, please now, Mr. Ren.
Ma'am, the shit this girl's seen the past few weeks, she could learn some cussing to go along with it.
Well, she won't learn that from me. I'm merely teaching her some history. Nothing you'd object to, I'm sure.
History's always a good lesson of what not to do.
That's quite apt. Very well said, Mr. Ren.
Can I make an insight check on this lady?
Sure.
Just general, do I get any feeling like she has any kind of schemes or intentions about,
Sure.
God damn.
You seem that she is at face value. That you take her at face value.
Man, starting off strong, Halcyon.
I'm rather interested, Master Ren, on what brings you all to this corner of this strange land. I came here as a diplomat. I had hoped that the two parties could see reason, and frankly, no one set foot in Arendelle for almost a century, and curiosity simply got the better of me to see the city.
I need a map again.
That is the city that Wolfhair rode out to attempt to win a quick victory and capture to prove himself. And then
the campaign of conquest is your sightseeing tour, is it?
Well, I mean, it's going to happen whether I'm here or not. I might as well see it with my own eyes rather than read about it in one of my books.
The army will be apparently a decade too late.
Now, about that, you believe this story that Octavian's spinning?
As far as I know, it's not much I would call it a story. As, maybe it's just some history that you need to learn. But I'm not from here, but anyone who's ever mentioned this Vanador has certainly done it in a past tense.
Well, it is a lot to take, but I do enjoy history, and to think that it's playing out before my eyes, but that I'm also part of it at the same time, it's rather giving me quite a headache.
So, well, admit doesn't make much sense to me, but I've seen it, so I will believe it.
Evelyn will say, Ren, honestly, I've tried to explain it to her. I wish there was some way we could find some proof.
I pull out a newspaper.
Yeah, I'm just quickly checking my equipment.
Alright, here's a question, Alice.
Yeah.
Do they date the coins?
Yes. And from Ren's pocket, he pulls out a Galaxy S20.
Fucking Christ.
Hey, Alice, let's not be picking on my phone now.
I would never. Here's the thing. I would never get another Samsung. I have a Pixel 6.
Hell yeah.
I
Let's
may go.
go.
Yeah, I may go Pixel. Yeah, I've been an Android guy for a while. I mean.
The Pixel 6s
Samsung.
are fucking awesome.
Yeah.
I want one so bad.
I would have, but it was too expensive.
Yeah.
Well, I had built up like $400 credit on my credit card for like cash back.
Oh, nice.
Oh, nice.
When my phone was obsolete and I had to get it, I'm like, you know what? Let's do it.
Can I get one with a headphone jack? Yes, I'm that guy.
No, you can't.
That is a
No, you can't. Buy wireless earbuds, you fucking
boomer is the word you're looking for.
I wasn't gonna call you that. I was gonna call you an ancient motherfucker.
Yes.
But also,
like
there's no
goddamn headphone. Like, why are you trying to use a headphone jack? Like, what are you, a fucking Tarask?
Yes.
I'll say, but they also don't give you a charger for it, so that's great.
Yes.
It's USB-C, so you probably have at least one or two of them lying around.
Yes.
Wait, they don't give you a charger?
Yeah, no, they don't. I was very lucky to have a Chromebook, so I did have a USB-C. Thank God.
Mhm.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, all the phones are
Apple
doing
does
it now.
that
Like,
too
I don't.
now.
I don't think the new. I think the current gen Samsungs give you one, but I don't think the next ones are.
They do.
They do, but yeah, but the next ones might not because Apple's also not giving you a charger anymore.
So what? Be better than Apple.
Yeah, that's true. But like, I think
Be
it's
better
just-
than Apple and provide that $10 piece of cord.
Yeah. Well, Apple phones need to switch off of Lightning. It's not doing their batteries any favors anymore.
Apple
I
phones
didn't
need
need to get us
disappear.
here. This doesn't matter.
Yep. You're looking for coins, I believe, Ren, or something.
Yeah, I guess I would pull out a silver piece and show it to her. One that I recently got on Hannon.
Yes, so it would probably say, yeah, if you recently got it, I believe it would have been 1440. So she would take it and look at it.
1440p screen.
That's an interesting coincidence. And she looks at it and she sort of narrows her eyes and she studies it and she turns it over in her hands and she says, convincing. But tell me, what else has happened in the world in 10 years? So the Empire fell, and I heard that some warlords took over and there's some sort of a plague. It's a bit much.
You know, I've only been on the island for, I don't know, a few weeks, days, maybe. My last 10 years was first on a boat and then at a monastery in the mountains, so I'm not really the person to ask.
Oh yes, yes.
I could pull out a notebook, but
you're from the Sword Coast, no?
Yeah, so the second person to say that. I'm wondering how you know.
Cobra, I'm gonna say that when you were brought from the Grove to the camp originally, and Justin vetoed me, but I feel like Octavian might have mentioned it when asked about his companions, or would he not have? And if so, we can retcon it.
I mean, I would have said that, you know, the information is theirs to give.
Okay.
I mean, Octavian will introduce himself, but most of those people probably don't need him to be introduced. But if Ren, unless they can tell by like his accent or something like that, I don't know. That'd be the only other thing I could think of.
Let me think for a second. Let me just try one thing.
Because knowing Ren, he's not in the habit of giving his, you know, he's not in the habit of giving out his ID.
Yes. Ava will gesture to Ethelind and say, well, she just apparently couldn't help herself. I apologize.
Yeah, there we go. Blame it on an NPC.
And she looks and says, I didn't think it was a secret, Ren. I'm sorry.
Of course, it's fine. It's nothing. But most people here hardly know what the Sword Coast is.
Sounds like it's filled with swords.
On the contrary, there's a lot of swords.
Senator Grello would say, well, that's true. For most, it's a faraway land. Most of the folks here have probably never heard of it, but you must know there are some diplomatic relations. From what I've heard, the Queen of Hannon has some. What's her name? Aelswith has some relation with some parties that way.
You could say that.
And Ren, you would probably know that of the rulers in recent memory of Halcyon, she's well known for that. She's actually been to the Sword Coast more than once. She's gone on different diplomatic trade missions, and that was one of the things that she's known for.
Yes, she is the reason I'm here.
Mm-hmm. I see. I have to assume that you're seeking to bring her daughter back to her in one piece.
That is my biggest concern at the moment.
And what's stopping you?
At the moment, a lot of you.
Well, I don't know if your friend told you, but you're all free to go.
I was not under the impression that is what it was. I thought there was unless she's lying to him.
Well,
yeah. Never mind.
Sorry. No. Does Ren want to question that statement?
Yeah, Rose said, no, I have been told nothing of the sort. I've been told that this was become down to the Emperor.
Well, yes. There's just the simple matter of just a brief exhibition of martial skill, and then we can all part ways.
Oh, and Ren would have said your Emperor.
Well, that's true, because it's true that the seat of power of Vanador does not extend across the sea. So, that's true.
But, yes, Octavian made mention that there might be some play fighting going on.
I assure you, if you can bend his ear, it will be not a mockery. It will be very dignified.
Oh, I would be happy to lend some influence to the Praetor.
Because there are some who, as I said, he does have the loyalty of the army, but certainly it could only bolster his reputation to win such a victory. But of course, as I mentioned, it's important that he not know that we've discussed it.
Oh, I have no doubt it will never cross the Emperor's ear.
Excellent, of course. Because, of course, a full legion, well, slightly more than half a legion, could be quite an asset if you have any trouble bringing our young friend here back to her mother.
I'm certain it would be, but I think your Emperor will have his hands full with things otherwise.
Yes, it does seem that way. Well, I'll let you two catch up if you like. Ethelyn, do come find me if you'd like to resume your studies.
I kind of give her a nod.
Yeah, and she would just kind of walk off, kind of back over this way.
Hey, you didn't have to punch the lady.
No, she seems yeah, she seems all right. And Ethelyn,
I feel like you shouldn't be allowed to say that. She is your NPC.
well,
And I would say, so Redwood just, it's like, casual talk with Edney and just kind of mostly hang around her just to make sure that she's good.
yeah, she'd say to Ren, I can tell you don't like her, but she hasn't done anything. Yeah, she hasn't done anything wrong that I've seen.
It's not that I don't like her. She is quite likable. I just don't trust her.
Ren, you must learn to trust people sometime. Not everyone's bad.
Ask Octavian about the time he trusted the cheese right.
What?
And hard
Never, it's never going away.
That gangster who lives in Provost.
That's the one.
How would she know about that?
Well,
She's from she's the Princess of Hammond. I mean,
yeah, he's technically.
Oh!
Provost is under their jurisdiction, so.
Oh, I thought she was talking, or I thought he was talking to the old lady.
Oh no.
Oh no! It's just me and Edney now.
Gotcha. All right.
Yes, my father always thought he was an unsavory fellow.
I was a pirate for many years. I know what a shark looks like when I see one.
She laughs.
Octavian didn't believe me.
Believe it now.
Tell me the story again, Ren. What did he do? And then she would bid you tell the story.
Ren would in great detail, and including the part about the goblin confrontation and everything, and
Yes.
emphasis on how Octavian flat out refused to accept any culpability.
Yes.
It's because I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, but no, the refusal to acknowledge it really, really pissed Ren off.
That's fair.
Because owning mistakes is one of Red's big things, given what he was part of.
It's fair.
Yeah, definitely.
Anything from our others before we cut over to Octavian and Wolfhair from Deflator, Garwin, or Lusan?
I am trying to go and intercept what's his nuts there, the counselor dude.
Okay.
To go and give them a little one-on-one alone time.
So he would, sort of be appearing as though he's planning to skulk behind Wolfhair, and then you step in front of him.
Yep. So I step around him.
Out of the way, elf.
Give me a good reason.
Excuse me.
I said give me a good reason. It's not that hard.
I'll cut your head from your body.
I'd love to see you try.
All right, listen now. Listen.
I am listening.
Listen.
I have been. I am.
Listen.
I
elf.
am. I am. You are starting a conversation.
Yep.
You are starting a sentence and then not continuing. So I am saying that, telling you that I am listening, but you just refuse to go and continue.
Well, I'll tell you one or two things then, if you are listening.
Of course.
I'm going
go on.
I'm go.
Because I'll go and tell you 3.
It's begun to snow, and I'm going to go check on the furs. And he turns and tries to walk away in a huff.
What does that have to do with anything?
What a bitch. It's a simple question, bro.
I just wanted to go and ask him to explain a few things.
You can try to stop
Can I
him.
roll a perception check to see if I see this?
Sure.
What is it with you short-lived fucking humans and not sharing?
Well, aren't you? You're like right behind him, right? So he's like walking in your direction, and then I don't know if Agarwin's going to try and stop him or not.
Wait, which direction is he going?
Walking.
Well, I mean, I'm like looking at Agarwin, so like, do I see
Yeah.
like Agarwin like shouting at him about how he's being ignored?
Yeah, I mean, even with a 7, you'd have a hard time missing it.
Yeah.
From
No,
10 feet
I'm,
away.
As Mr. Gabriel starts to pass, it's Gabriel, right?
Yes.
So
As he passes by me, I'm gonna go, bitch.
Bitch, bitch.
bitch.
So as he's going, I'm following along behind him at like half the pace. And as he goes, I just keep getting louder and louder and louder so that the entire fucking camp can hear me going and yelling, just trying to go and get him to go and stop and talk to me.
All right.
You noticed you, senpai?
So, Ren, you would notice this happening, and Gabriel's about to walk around you. Agarwin's screaming behind him, I guess.
As I'm going past, I'm gonna go and snap my fingers and hold my hand out for another glass of wine.
I will hand him mine.
I will take it, swill it around, take a sip, and continue to follow after, going in and walking at like a stately pace, just holding my hand up and going and calling after him louder and louder as I go.
I try to direct Annie away and just let whatever is going to happen.
Yeah, just walk away from the fucking circus act. Please ignore the funny man in the costume.
Seeing you, Ren, Gabriel would say, you there, a leash on your pet elf.
Who the fuck are you?
I am Senator Gabriel Cossus.
Senator of where?
Of Vanador, you ruffian!
There is no Vanador anymore.
Oh, this again.
I say, did you literally just call me a pet?
I'm not drunk enough for this.
We're glossing over the racism.
He is going to call these two guards over, and he's actually going to take the dash action. And he's going to dash into the building.
I'm going to Misty step behind him.
As he's going, I'm just gonna go and slow down, take a sip of my wine, look at him, and just go and say, and all I wanted was just to go and ask him how the fucking tax system works. God damn it.
You got any option? You got any advice on a 401k there, bud?
Yeah. I
I just
actually
wanted to.
I rather
just
prefer a
wanted to
Roth
invest in
IRA. Go ahead.
Carwin just wanted to invest in his retirement, so maybe he could increase his lifespan because adventures like the die.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes, I think you should
Exactly.
invest.
I just.
Yes, you see, the Emperor's put all his money into Dogecoin. It'll be fine.
So as I'm going and saying this, I just kind of go and lean on the one guard's shoulder, and I just go and say, "I tell you, fucking politicians, God damn it, you try to go and get them to answer one fucking question, and all they go and do is just throw mumbo jumbo in your face. It's so frustrating. Would you like some wine?"
Oh. I moved you
So
guys.
after Misty after Misty stepping behind him, I did do this, by the way. I moved my token. I'm gonna tap Mr. Gabriel on the shoulder.
Okay. He turns and he's like startled. And he says, "Oh, what is it now?"
You can't run away from questioning. We're gonna step to the side and we're gonna have a little conversation.
Are you trying to intimidate him?
No, I am demanding that we do this.
Okay. He says, "I'll do no such thing," and he attempts to get into the building.
By the word of the Praetor, you will.
I don't take orders from the Praetor. I take orders from the Emperor.
Well then, wait, what Emperor? Of the Empire that is soot and ash?
He's going to turn, and he's going to face you, and say, "Listen."
No, you listen. I will not be talked down by somebody with no authority. And you need to get off your fucking high horse and respect the people that fight and are actual heroes saving people's lives, unlike you.
How tall is Deflator?
I don't know.
Cancun's, I think they can. Okay, sorry.
5'3".
5'3". Okay, I thought it was. I thought she was shorter.
No. I am like tall, like average for medium-sized creatures.
Okay. Gabriel only stands, a few inches taller than you, and would say, "Listen, friend of the Praetor or not, my only option is to look down on you. You'd need a high horse to meet my eye."
That's funny coming from a short king who can barely swing a sword.
Here we go.
If any of your nobles were still alive, they would cut out your tongue.
And that was the last we saw of the senator.
Just fucking face
As we see a
from that
Deflator
bird.
after execution.
Yeah, that too.
I need to roll something.
No, I'm pretty sure he's just run and hid under his bed at this point.
I will ask, Ren, would you stop Lucan from walking up and trying to strike a conversation with you both?
I mean, you could. No, I mean, you can come up and talk.
Yeah, because I was like, he would make it an obvious thing of just, I'm coming this way. You're not going to, have a problem with me because it was clear that you don't like me.
Ren isn't about liking people. Ren is about trusting people.
That's totally respectable and understandable. Right now, at this moment, this man's kind of scary with how violent he looks like he could be.
Oh, you mean Deflator?
No, you.
Oh, wait.
You're
Why is he
pretty.
wearing-
Oh, you're right. You're the monk. My bad.
Yeah.
With
Deflator
intimidate.
is the female Kenku.
Yeah, that was it. Okay, I was thinking of the wrong one. But he would, he's clearly not. Well, you did point out that that Lucan shouldn't be there listening to his stuff. It's like, hey, can I come in?
Yeah, I mean, so Ren is just hanging out with Adney. If you were to come up, Ren would not tell you to fuck off or anything.
Okay. So he would walk up and would look at her. I think you said her name was Addie.
Adney.
Adney.
Yeah. So just so you know, Fox, she is. Her real name's Ethelind, but they call her Adney. It's like a nickname.
And I wouldn't know who she is by any means, right?
Yeah, I don't know if whatever the rest of the party's gonna call her Ethelyn, but Ren met her as Adney, and that's just kind of. If she ever corrects him, he would call her Ethelyn. But
Gotcha. He would walk up and give a slight bow and said, "I just wanted to get somewhat of a catch up of what's going on out in the world.
Yeah.
I've only been in the town, in the city and the outskirts lately, and wanted to know if I could talk and trade stories, possibly over some wine or hot tea."
you're talking about what's been happening outside of Vanador.
In the world as general, you seem more. As I've heard all of your conversations, you seem to have way more knowledge than these let me say, people with their heads up their asses.
Psychopaths.
Their heads aren't even in the same dimension as their asses. I mean, I can tell you about what's been going. Well, honestly, I don't know how much I can tell you about the world in general.
As much as you're willing to share.
Well, I mean,
Nothing's
personally,
confidential. I don't want you, getting in trouble with anybody.
Personally, I spent many years on a boat, sailing, we'll call it that. And then when that came to an end, I lived in a monastery up in the mountains for a few years. So, rather secluded. I only came here because I was sent by my master to help, and I'll kind of like nod my head toward Adney. The true rulers of Hannon.
He will give a nod, and he will again gesture at the jug in his hand, without saying anything to both of you.
Ryan would just kind of put his hand up. I don't often. I very rarely drink nowadays, and certainly not under tense situation.
I'll be sure to offer you maybe some boiling hot tea in the future.
I would start whistling at him and holding out my empty wine glass.
So, if in the future, when the time is right, lemon water would be the best thing to offer.
I think I can do that.
Because scurvy.
Scurvy.
But and you, Miss Adney, I believe you said your name was?
Well, my friends call me Adney.
Oh, then my apologies.
Well, I just don't know you quite yet, but Ren, what do we think of this one? And she sort of gives a mischievous smile.
Well, it's hard to say. His introduction wasn't very well when he starts yelling at Octavian and saying all sorts of I don't even know.
I've met Dragonborn before, but never one that looks quite like you.
A rare breed. I am a gem dragon, and I'll flick one of the gems on my head, and it spins somehow in its own gravitation. A bit unique.
It's a new one for me, to be sure.
Impressive.
I blink.
I will lean over and give you some more wine.
Thank you. I would have that stone looked at, by the way.
It's a bit of a...
So as I was saying, and I turned back to the guards.
Ren would say, Twed, I don't know, Octavian seems intent on bringing him along, so...
Speaking of, I am keeping an eye on them right now, just so that you are aware. Just in case.
Ren is familiar with familiars, right?
I mean, he would point at the owl.
Yeah, you tell.
Well, I feel like Ren, we've had someone with a familiar before, right?
I don't know.
I don't
mean,
think
we had,
so.
we had
We
the
never had a
mechanical
wizard.
dragon.
That's true.
But I mean, with Ren's perception, he not much would get past him.
But he would, just inform you, yes, I am keeping an eye on him, but keeping it out of range so I don't hear their conversation, just in case those dryads show up or the Emperor himself decides to make some sort of rash move.
Speaking of rash moves,
Octavian's eyes are so
Yes.
fixed.
Yeah. Speaking of rash moves.
We're in like
Oh,
mid.
yes.
We're in mid shouting match.
Sorry about that, Deflator.
what are they talking about over there?
No, I like how all these scenes are playing at the same time.
I want to see real quick. Yes, Octavian's eyes are always so fixed forward. He always needs someone to watch his back.
And Adney would say, and that's where Ren and I come in.
Lucien will give another nod and drink his own, and he would tell them both anything that they asked about the city, about what's going on since everything is gone.
Ren would not ask. That's not what his job is right now. Ren is significantly overwhelmed in general.
I know.
Yeah, he's very much stranger in a strange land kind of thing.
Well, yeah, like he was before, and now it's like 2 levels deeper.
yeah,
He never asked that he would tell him about what he's been up to, that he's just been out surviving with his men.
Meanwhile, I'm going and telling the guards a completely false adaptation of Octavian's little run-in with the cheese right and the Molotov.
Oh my god.
oh god.
Completely out there in left field. There are
Set
giants.
fire to the cheese!
There are giants. The Molotov became a fucking firework that lit the entire city on fire. It was marvelous and terrifying at the same time.
Hopefully it'll be so unbelievable they won't believe it.
Hey, come here, listen. The Praetor burned down the city, and then you're having a small crowd.
Bruh.
I'm just expanding his notoriety, is what I'm doing.
Yes. Plus
Making
one
him a hero to the people.
plus 1 infamy. I don't know what game that is, but I think it was 1.
Yes, it's fucking Andromeda.
Oh,
Or not Andromeda.
like Mass Effect.
Mass Effect.
Now, how about Crazy Deflator?
Yeah. So I'm gonna say Deflator. Senator Cossus has been quite rattled. And
Rattled.
yes, and
I didn't know he was a skeleton.
unless you're going to, physically prevent it, he's going to come in here and order the guards to kind of stand in front of the door.
The door is open, right?
Yeah, you can try to force your way past him.
Misty step.
Deflator goes in through the
You
window.
already cast. You don't have 3 spell slots left. You
I
cast
do
Armor of
not. You're
Agathis.
right.
What did
Alright.
you? What,
Deflator dives through the
She
window.
did Armor of Agathis at the start of the
I
fight.
have Armor of Agathis.
Oh.
Yeah, she doesn't have a spell slot left.
Oh.
Not level 11 yet.
Dive through the window. You can do
11.
it.
Yeah.
I have faith.
Yeah,
Let's
that's the
see.
Warlocks stick with 2 spell slots for a long time.
This guy is going to say, all right, move along.
No.
Oh, God.
Move out of the way.
He's going to say to his friend, ain't this the bird that they locked up? What you doing out here?
They let me out.
Oh, you wanted to stay that way. Move along.
Definitely not. I will not stand to be disrespected, and not by you. I feel you're being quite respectful, but I will not. Much like when I was locked up, I will not stand being heckled by somebody who thinks they're above me or my friends. This is more about my friends than me.
You've attracted.
That man.
No good.
That man is a stickling racist shithead. And frankly, he is not useful to you or on a battlefield. Frankly, he'd be more useful 6 feet under.
I can help with that.
As you're speaking, you would notice Ava Grallo approaching.
Oh, finally, somebody who can maybe fucking do something.
Yes, Deflator, isn't it?
Correct.
Yes, and she addresses the guards and says, please, give her some room, would you? Back up a small bit. Can we just have
I should back up too.
Well, just...
I may be overstepped.
Well, just... I think the hospitality of our camp, this is a military camp, and she leans in and she says, they think that they're at war. So the hospitality might be a bit lacking, and she kind of snaps at the two guards. She says, could we just have the shortest word, and then you can, of course, go back to trying to barge in on our dear friend Gabriel, if you like. And she raises her voice, shouting into the central building.
Does she include the fact that he's a racist bitch?
She does not at this juncture. It's not off the table, but... and she would attempt to just have just a small walk along the path, if you would be so kind as to join her.
Yeah, I'll walk along with her.
If you'll forgive me, Miss Deflator, shall I?
You don't have to address me like that, but I appreciate it.
All right.
Frankly, I feel like as long as I'm not being shouted at or called racist things, I'm being respected here.
Yes.
We're talked out too.
Yes. I think rather calling you the bird, I could see how that would be in bad taste.
Yeah, it's quite aggravating, especially because the bird is what I generally call things that are on my plate that happen to be avian in nature.
Oh, I didn't. Yes. I was actually planning to have some pheasant this evening, which I was beginning to rethink, but as long as it's all right with you. And she just gives you a mischievous grin.
Well, see, when they're avian, it's only really matters to me whether they're intelligent or not.
Yes. She'd say, now, this matter with Gabriel, he's a bit pig-headed. I don't think... what I'm afraid is that he's going to pick up a weapon, come out to defend his honor, and odds are get his head cut off. But if it went the other way and you were to damage him, it would hamper what I'm trying to do to, have us all part as friends. It would be detrimental.
Yeah, they don't understand that there's no empire left outside of this forest, do they?
Well, if you forgive me, I'm rather having a hard time with it as well. But I do have an open mind.
I understand that it's definitely a hard thing to grasp, especially when you've been gone as long as you have. I don't know how long it's felt like you've been gone.
No, it's
been 10 years.
Yes, I left Tycon barely a month ago. It was a vibrant city teeming with culture and it was wonderful.
What was the Empire like? I, frankly, was barely a child when it fell.
No, it was the height of civilization. It was our chance to show the world who we were. And the thought of it being gone is, I would like to say that I don't want to believe it, but you don't strike me as a liar. I know Octavian to be truthful, so unless something's addled all your minds, I have to keep an open mind about it.
Well, I mean, I can guarantee you that I'm not lying to you currently, but
no, I would never accuse you of such a
you
thing.
You might want to, well, you know what, I trust you, but like, you know what, if you get on my bad side, you might want to watch how I speak.
Oh, I would endeavor to avoid that.
I'm a former merchant by trade, so lying is something that comes naturally.
Oh, yes.
Rather upselling the truth.
Yes, where are you from?
Vardis.
Oh, lovely city. I've been there many times. Lovely port.
Yeah. Seems that the economy's been cut in half, especially since, events have happened. but it's seemed to have flourished, at least when I left.
Yes, well, coin does grease the wheels of progress, does it not?
Yeah, it does indeed.
Hmm.
But yeah, I mean, seeing, not really understanding what life was on this continent as the Empire was here is, something that has maybe affected my view a lot, especially with how rashly I've clearly acted towards a lot of the people.
Well, yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no. It's how do I phrase this? For you, it's and she sort of does a bit of math. She says 1440.
Mm-hmm. Wait, 1440 as in when the Empire fell?
The year, the current year.
Oh, the current year. Yeah, 1440.
Oh, you see, yes, you see. So for me, it's 1429. I mean, it is 1429, as far as I know. Is it possible that if we were to, if I was to exit these woods the way we came, how do I know that it would be 1440?
Once you get to a city, you'd find out. At least a city that's still standing.
But how do we know that there's a way back the way I came? I think I'm confusing myself now.
I don't particularly get what you mean by that. If you mean like how like routes have changed as into where to get to places.
Well, perhaps this wood has brought us together for a purpose, but when we part ways, we'll each be where we think we should be.
Maybe. Time does work in mysterious ways. Especially where we are not... Well, the way that these woods work, from my understanding of it, is that it is not necessarily the Feywild, but somewhere where the material plane and the Feywild meet. So it's a weird discombobulated blob of timey-wimey stuff.
The Feywild? You can't be serious.
I'm very, very serious. I'm not a planar traveler by trade.
See,
obviously.
The only thing that I would counter your argument with, Deflator, is that I don't know that shadows appear in the Feywild, but yet some of the men have reported seeing them in the wood. Shadowy creatures. That's rather hearken to a different place.
Well, perhaps more planes meet in this spot than we were thought to believe.
That would indeed be bigger than Gabriel's ambitions at a slightly higher political rank, or even the Emperor's ambitions to succeed his father. It appears as though there's much larger things at play.
Indeed.
It rather makes our little war here look a bit petty.
I feel that the war here is petty, especially, I mean, with what I've been told to believe, and what I believe from my perceptions that the Empire is gone, it seems petty.
Yes, and
especially,
yes.
Especially since, I mean, if the idea to reform it is in play, and to ascend the throne is the play, or the plan at least. Well, I mean, it's unguarded, so I think realistically, that in the best interest of the Emperor, at least politically, it is to retake the throne and get out of here, because he, I mean, is uncontested. But there's something at the center of it all. That's why we're here, after all.
Yes. How did you, when we met, when the soldiers met you in that grove? How did you come to be there? That's one thing I haven't been able to discern.
We were teleported here.
Oh, by a wizard?
No, God, something. I don't know.
Tia brought you.
Something. Tyr's not the only cult.
Oh, one of those elven pretenders. I see. Yes.
Maybe. I'm not really sure. Frankly, I think that with what I've seen, especially as of late, I think that maybe all the divines might have their place.
Hmm.
And maybe it's the belief in gods that give them their power.
Oh, I'm sure
Because
it is.
frankly, I find myself a follower of the Raven Queen, which I find is not very, very popular where I'm from or any of the places that I've been. I haven't really asked Ren if following her is more popular and common than Soulcast.
I'm gonna make a roll. Okay. Her eyes go a bit wide, and she'll say, "The Raven Queen."
Indeed.
Another,
Is this something you've heard of, or are you not aware of?
Another legend from a book that I've heard, and this is real as well.
Sorry, what did you say?
She said. She says another legend from one of my books. This is real as well. The Raven Queen. So she's heard of it, but
Yes.
she didn't. You know.
Lady Fate, the god of death.
Yes.
The god of death in a different way that Vecna is.
Yes. There was some who worshipped her years ago when I was a young woman, but it's rather frowned upon where I'm from. You worship her openly
Really?
in Gion.
No. Definitely not.
That makes a bit more sense. You have to forgive me, Deflator. I'm just coming up to speed on a great many things.
Oh, no worries. I'm very glad that we're able to have an open dialogue, unlike I was able to with your friend Gabriel.
I wouldn't rather call him my friend. I think he's rather a snot-nosed twit, if I may say.
I might be inclined to agree to that.
Yes. You know the truth about him.
The truth.
Well, yes.
No.
Yes, he was a rather low-ranking senator, just all ambition, passed over several times for higher ranks, and he's rather attached himself to Wolfhair in the hopes of being appointed prefectus, perhaps. Rather thinks that his friendship with Wolfhair will rise him to the top, but he really has no skill or political acumen that I can see.
Much like how he can't swing a sword.
Well, I haven't seen him in battle, but I've heard that at least he does have that going for him.
I doubt it, personally. With how he looks and how he looks to handle things, and how he lets his temper get to him, I can't imagine that he's too skilled.
Yeah. So,
But
yes.
you never know. There are like those barbarian folk who let that fuel them.
You're you said a merchant of sorts.
Yeah, I was. Some didn't like what some considered malpractice, what I considered doing my job, and I got rid of it.
What did you do?
Out of
Did you
character,
do
I mean,
Go ahead.
out of character, I lied to people. I'm just like a big fucking liar.
A charlatan.
Ah,
Kind of.
okay. I was thinking like you did some really bad doctoring.
Nah, just, watered down potions.
Not even that. She wasn't making potions until she got out.
Oh, okay.
She was selling shit that she like found.
Oh, okay. One man's trash, is another
chief.
bird's
Like-
payday.
Wow.
She was practicing alchemy, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. Anyway,
Ava
back-
would she would extend her hand and offer it to you.
I hope this doesn't mean we're parting ways.
Oh no.
I'm-
Just a sign of friendship,
uh,
of good intentions, I should say.
Yeah, I can go with good intentions, and I'll shake her hand.
Great. May I get a perception roll?
Sure.
Alice, what's the weather like right now? Is it still snowing?
It is, yeah. There is a chill wind picking up. The sun is actually getting ready to start setting. And
Okay.
there's a light snow. And with a 16, Deflator, as you shake her hand, you would notice on her right hand, on her middle finger, a unusual ring.
Mm-hmm. What's it look like?
You would notice
If
the
I
ring.
can, if I can get any details of it.
Yes, you've seen a similar. You've seen a similar ring on the hand of a Garwin.
What's that? Your jewelry. My elven friend wears something similar. I haven't really asked him what it means.
She draws her hand back and she says, "Oh, simply a bauble I picked up at one point. It's just reminds me. It reminds me that there is quite a bit of potential in the common folk, and that we all should seek our full potential."
That's nice. I like that.
Yes, I've never really been much one for birthright, although that's the system that, well, it's the system that I'm in at least.
I like to keep my opinions about that unheard.
Yes.
Because I find that people find them even more disgraceful than my religious beliefs.
This, if memory serves, this, and you know, let's just say, if it's all right, you know, maybe you're kind of over here, out of earshot, whatever. From, you know, she's just kind of says, if it's all right, I believe that your friend, if I may, dwells in the Shadowland.
Correct. At least from what I've been told, and some of the limited communication I've had.
Yes, I wonder if indeed there is a convergence of these different, and again, this is not my area of expertise, but if there was some sort of a convergence, I wonder if her eyes could be upon us now.
Maybe. She does happen to be, in addition to being the goddess of death, is also the goddess of fate.
Of what?
Fate.
Yes, of course. Rather a bit, I better roll again, hold on. I don't know how much she's gonna know. No, she just nods. And she says, "This has been rather diverting and informative, Deflator. I appreciate your not pressing Gabriel to do something stupid, because we all know he would."
I mean, you interrupting me also stopped me from doing something stupid, so...
Yeah, I mean, but just, if you'll forgive me, what... you must have a knack for the arcane because you're not armed. What, if you had come out with a sword, what was your plan?
Oh. You don't think I'm armed?
She just looks you over.
I have two.
Unless you have a dagger hidden under your robes.
Well, I mean, I do have two. Thanks, Form.
Oh.
But you mind if I show you a magic trick?
She looks and she says, "Oh, please, as long as it won't alarm the soldiers."
Yeah, I mean, if it does, you can tell them I was teaching you something. I'm gonna take a step back. And I'll summon out my glaive with some flair, and I will hold, like, the flat end of the blade by her neck.
Wow.
Not, like, non-threateningly,
Oh, yeah.
but, like...
This, a gift from your queen, I assume.
Indeed. interesting. Interesting that you've caught up on that.
I'm
That
learning
you've
a great
caught
many
up on
things
that.
today.
And I'll drop it as it phases out of reality.
I've never seen anything quite like it, Deflator. I appreciate your trust in showing me this. There's really, so when they, pardon me, put you in that cage, you probably could have gotten out if you'd been rather put your mind to it.
Oh, definitely.
Yes, I'm glad that it went the other way.
Well, and with some of the magic that I know, I can, like, because of open bars, I could very, very easily teleport out and just, fucking book it.
I mean, you must have felt there was a slight anti-magic field over it. You might have, I don't know if you tried to do anything. It's not perfected, but it's usually enough for the common folk that we might have to hold.
Uh-huh. I didn't really try anything. I wasn't particularly worried about getting out, considering Octavian.
Oh, you have a great deal of faith in him.
I have faith. Very little respect, but very, very much faith.
She laughs. I think that if he can pull the young emperor's ear, we may be in store for good things.
I definitely agree. Though, he did mention that he was having some, not intrusive, but he was having a tough time deciding on whether or not he was going to accept this. And he did want our opinions on it.
Well,
And none of us gave them because it's not our decision to make.
all I can say is that Wolfir came here to prove himself in battle against the elves, and as you can see, there's no elvish army here to fight. Assuming that if we were to return, our capital is still there. I don't think it would be a rather good look to come back not having won a victory. So at the very least, this would give him a chance to prove himself, so to speak, win a small bit of acclaim, and maybe I can convince him that we should go home.
Maybe, but I also doubt that he could beat Octavian in battle.
No. I think you're quite right, which is why I was rather hoping that the Praetor would make it look convincing, but perhaps in the end submit. For the good of all involved.
I feel that Octavian may have too much pride.
I rather hope he wasn't so proud or vain. But the choice will be his. If he refuses, we'll have to see what happens.
Pride, honor, and loyalty. Those are the three makeups of a good soldier.
Yes.
And Octavian happens to have all three.
Yes. I rather wonder if he would have, if he is so prideful, I wonder if how he would come to turn down a challenge. There might be those that would call him a coward if he was to not accept.
Maybe.
Some of the younger soldiers, perhaps, and anyone who's seen him in battle would never say such a thing, of course.
Yeah.
If you'll forgive me, I have some matters to attend to. It appears as though the weather's rather turning against us. It's rather fickle in these parts.
That would be. I'll let you get to that. But thank you for having an open dialogue.
Yes, I'd rather give Gabriel a wide berth. He's probably stewing, but I will see if I can redirect his aggression towards something a bit more productive.
That would be wonderful. I do have one more question before you go.
Oh yes, of course.
If we are able to steer what is left here of into going home. Would you mind joining us in the business that we have left here?
What business is that?
Do you
Collecting
not know
strays.
about... Yeah, collecting strays. Does she not know about the tree?
No.
Oh, God. Well, we have to kill a tree.
Well, we are building a logging camp. We're rather doing a lot of that. As you can see, it's rather riled up the locals.
Not that kind of tree.
She narrows her eyes.
I'm not the most informed about it, but it seems to be what's stirring up all of the evil across the land.
An evil tree.
Yeah, an evil tree.
So let me just recap quickly. A merchant who serves the Raven Queen has come from the future to ask me to go kill an evil tree.
When you say it like that, it makes me sound, crazy.
What's not to understand? Duh.
Well, when you say it's like that, it makes me seem completely reasonable.
Yes, as one does. She sort of takes a step back and says, I would have to think about this errand, but if you have any more details, certainly do let me know.
I will. And
is the young princess going on this evil tree killing adventure?
I have no clue.
Oh.
I haven't asked about that. I haven't even spoken to her since we've gotten here. I assume no, but she may insist. But do give it a thought over, and if not, if the prince, the emperor, whatever his name is, emperor, whatever his name is,
a wolf hat.
I'm gonna state it, whatever his name is. If he really needs a victory, I mean, he could come through that with us.
Oh, interesting. If we can find something productive to redirect the aggression of this entire legion, that would certainly be beneficial. Something more productive than, and she just kind of waves her hand at like everything that's going on and just kind of says,
Trust me. I know it sounds insane, but it's kind of a big deal. And if we do succeed on this, there may be many leather-bound books to be written about it. But anyway, I bid you farewell.
Yes, she gives you.
It seems you have business to deal with.
Yes, she would thank you and scurry off to attend to such matters.
You're welcome, Cobra.
Is that not touching off a battle?
No, how many of those did you work in?
Just 2.
Huh?
I will continue to work in more of them.
Alright.
What do we work again? The arson?
They were 2. No, they were those. I have many leather-bound books, and kind of a big deal are Guild Wars titles. They also happen to be Anchorman references.
Ah.
Yeah, so in Guild Wars 1, as you get maximum titles, like you max out your titles, you start getting ranks in a different title. That is, they're all Anchorman quotes until you get to like the highest one, I think.
Yeah, they're let me find them.
Oh, and my apartment
could
smells of
probably-
rich mahogany. I remember.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
like
kind of a big deal. People know me. I'm very important. I have many leather-bound books. My guild hall smells of rich mahogany and God walking amongst mere
That's
mortals.
This is great.
I will leave it to you, Justin. I know it's getting late. Do we want to pick up next week with the perimeter check, or do you want to launch in?
Something 1:30.
Well, I know Meg has to
Honestly,
go. But
I also have to work pretty early too, so I
Yeah,
think
that's
maybe we
fine.
do call it and pick up next time.
That's fine.
Because I'm also getting really tired, and I know I'm gonna get like a weird second wind when I'm done with this. So I
Yeah.
popped a melatonin like 15 minutes ago.
Smart.
So that way I can actually sleep.
Sure. Cake.
Oh, I mean, my Adderall is falling off, and it's telling me it's time to go crash.
Yeah, I don't take that shit anymore.
Cake, if you're still there, sorry.
Thanks for joining us, Cake.
Yeah,
We'll
that's
hopefully get to your character introduction soon.
You know, I gotta get a taste of what it feels like to be in the campaign.
Yeah,
Get a little bit of lore
listening.
drops here and there.
Next week for sure.
I feel that, man.
Once
That's
there's a lot less people to talk to,
Yeah.
I think it'll kind of. We just gotta steer this boat in a direction. That's what we have to do. So.
Yeah, but we left the boat in the port.
Yeah, we did.
That's true. I just want to say I'm extremely excited. There was some really great character moments. I really enjoyed listening. It was...
Yeah, it was a very good session.
A lot of table setting.
Yeah, I'm gonna have I'm gonna have to fucking write like things down that I want to do because I have a feeling I'm gonna fucking blank on them by tomorrow.
I did that with pilgrimage and stuff. I would like in my like campaign notes I'd say like next week do XYZ or ask, you know, because I always come into it and I kind of forget what we were doing.
So I gotta be like, okay, what the fuck is up with the sacrifice thing? Like, do you really want to do you really want to fight me? You know, what do you hope to gain from that? We could put, you know, and then just all this other stuff, you know, about like what to do with the Legion and everything like that.
Ellis, who was Ixie?
Ix?
Ix, yeah.
So people in Halcyon, you know, there's different nations, and they do worship the standard, like Faerunian pantheon, I guess. So like, you know, Tyr and
right
and such. But the elves specifically from Altair have this. Well, I want to say like it's not. I was gonna say tribunal, but it's not that. But there's these three mystics, and they have their own creation myth about how the world was created, and it involves these three powerful beings. Nire, who you've let me think. Yeah, Agarwin met, is the curator. Ix supposedly brought the light, and DM brought balance. And there's actually a whole. I can put the link from the World Anvil, but there's a whole thing where like you know, like the children of Ix is a real thing. Ix had one progeny, Talas, who had three children of his own, and those lines are actually kind of like followed. Today there was three. It was
gotcha.
Yeah, the one. Why is the name slip? It begins with an A. Anira, very important. The founder of Arendelle, and Anira is the one who gifted Vanad the lands to the west. Vanad came to Anira and said, you know, I have a band of humans. We want to make our own way across the river. Will you allow us? And she said, of course. And that's one myth, you know. And then gave him the sword, which he supposedly broke, preferring farming over. I could talk for an hour. Preferring farming over war. But that's on paper the granddaughter of one of the mystics who actually met the founder of the empire. You know.
Okay.
I could go on and on, but
I need to go and remember that it's snowing.
Ix is actually supposedly like the one who brought the light, and the myth says that DM was kind of this like cranky mystic and was kind of walking around, and the light was blinding him, and he was just like, enough with you people, and so he cast shadows in the west, and he basically said, you know, so he dwelt between them, so he wasn't so blinded by the light. It's just like a little story that they tell, but and I just want to say, not a D&D pun. I came up with the name before I played D&D, so it's not like a DM pun. It's DIEM. I realize it sounds like, but it's not.
Yeah.
It's not that. And I thought about changing it, but I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotta unlearn your own lore.
yeah.
Shit, that's right. I actually found that I wrote notes to myself. So I'm supposed to be looking for my kin here in the forest and deliver the message to burn the tree.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Yep.
Well,
And-
we got about 600 very well trained soldiers to do so.
Yeah, and you don't know.
I don't
it yet.
trust them at all.
599.
Yeah,
did
you don't
lose
know
one.
it yet, Agarwin, but there could be a fellow Grinner.
Or a cranky squirrel.
Could be.
We never know.
You never know.
Alright.
Yeah, my one thing to note is I have to bring that up to a Garwin.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna write that down.
Yeah.
And hopefully I don't forget it after my fucking 14 hours of shit to do tomorrow.
Yeah, good luck with all
No
that.
worries. I'm gonna go and note that as well.
Okay.
But I will certainly go and forget it, so we'll be good. We'll be on an even playing field.
Yeah.
Awesome.
The
Good.
lesson for me too is like stop like prepping and trying to like predict what people, because you're not going to predict what's going to happen. Just roll with it.
Yeah, that became acutely aware right off the fucking bat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. I obviously don't DM very often, and I fucking hate DMing.
Mm.
Because it takes up so much time, and that's something I don't have a lot of.
Mm.
Never have, and I probably never fucking will.
Yeah. This map might not like it, might not look it, but it's like time consuming.
Yeah.
Well, it definitely is.
Right.
I can definitely tell just by looking at it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I
that's
think
why I try to
my one-
find. Go ahead.
My one advice is like write like maybe a paragraph or two of shit to happen, and then the rest of it should just be bullet points.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just like, maybe a few contingencies for things that you think are likely to happen, and just kind of notations on how certain characters are supposed to act. What is it that they value, especially if there's going to be extended interaction.
Oh
with
yeah.
them.
Well, like that
So
conversation
rather
with
than
Deflator, like,
a chapter for everything that he goes and all his bullet points, Ellis, just put the bullet point. Make it all up on the go.
Yeah.
Do you know what the best?
Maybe
moment...
then we'll only have a sentence or two.
Yeah, well, no, I think you're right. The best moment for me was when we went over to the prison area, and you guys started talking, and I'm like, oh, I can just listen for a while. This is great.
Yeah.
Because I have
part, it's just being a DM. You can
Yeah.
while they're doing it, you can listen, but you can also be like thinking, like, okay, what can I do? What's the next thing I can do?
How can I
Yeah,
Oh, they're
screw him
bringing
over
this
with
up,
that
I should
piece of
probably,
info?
Yeah.
As soon as I started the thing with Octavian, I noticed that you were muted. I was like, he's just listening at this point.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
great. And I had a couple of things that I didn't know what was going, but it's interesting because things are still happening. It's a big camp, maybe I thought they'd play out in front of you, but you were in different areas, so they're still happening. So you'll find out at some point.
I mean, how many times in Vigilantes were there just entire periods of time where for 20 minutes, I didn't say anything outside of maybe laughing at somebody's joke.
Oh, a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, because I just let you guys do what it was.
I think it was an hour at one point that we didn't hear from you.
I wouldn't say that. Outside of maybe a few questions you asked me, but
Yeah.
I never interjected with anything for you to do.
Yeah.
You already had what you wanted to do. But yeah, no, Vigilantes was a good experiment for me because it was I really tried my best to solve the problem backwards, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
I put in the solution, I have here are the major players, here are the bad guys, this is what they're doing, blah 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 blah, and then I just kind of as things happen, I just make them connect to what is where it's supposed to end up,
Yes.
roughly.
Mhm.
Which some people might call that railroading, but at the end of the day, you guys are doing that campaign was basically a mystery in a way. It was it's like a crime drama. So you guys are trying to find the solution, and the solution is going to be hard set. That's not a dynamic thing. So you're working against the clock, you're working against people that have things in motion. And whereas a lot of stuff I've done before, I'm kind of writing as I go with a loose idea of where I want it to be. But with Vigilante, it's like, okay, no, this is what's happening. This is where it should end up. How we get there, we'll figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it worked out a lot better because it made it a lot easier for me to improv because I knew what the end goal was.
Is there a scenario where we don't interact in the right way? The benefactors summon the Tarask, and now we have to deal with that. And now, maybe we have to leave the continent and come back stronger to fight that.
That was basically like the worst case scenario. Like the two worst case scenarios in Vigilantes were you guys either TPK'd at some point, either in the final battle or beforehand, and their plans went uninterrupted. The other thing was you faffed about, got distracted. There was a pretty good chance of that happening if you guys stuck really hard on the Crimson Ash and maybe decided to go out of the city and into Draconia to kind of investigate where that was coming from, because that's boat travel, that's going through an entirely different culture, and kind of busting that operation. That would have ate up a lot of time if you decided to go that route. I had ideas for it, but I knew that at the end of the day, the Ash was basically a red herring. It was the thing to get everybody in place, and it was just part of the problem. And that was kind of the first big, supposed to be the first big, like, I don't want to say rug pull, but that was supposed to be like the first big reveal, I guess. And I hope I did that right, but the getting to that point, you outside of TPK, you would have had to fuck up really bad for it to get to that point, or just take too much time doing stuff,
right?
Or have a lot of setbacks, like maybe not necessarily completely TPKing, but like maybe only 2 people get out. It's gonna put a damper on morale. There might not be a lot. There's not an infinite supply of masked, vigilantes in Marduk. You guys were basically the exception to everything. So,
maybe we import some.
Yeah, that's also true. We could get some people from the Adventurers League, probably. Yeah, I think one of the next things I might try to do, maybe not necessarily with like vigilantes, like kind of quick return, but maybe a completely different campaign, is maybe put in a very hard set race against the clock, and do something like where I don't pull my punches, or at least I don't pull that punch, basically.
Yeah.
But I'm more about telling a good story, and good stories tend to feel very unsatisfactory when the people involved fuck up.
I think
Don't worry about me. I've got a couple of backups.
I think Dragon Heist did a really good job of setting up, high stakes, need to move quickly.
Mm-hmm. I need to read through Dragon Heist. I've heard that one's really good.
It was very good.
Wasn't that the one that we played?
No, that was Horde of the Dragon Queen. Dragon Heist is
okay.
one in Waterdeep.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's the level like 1 to 5, and then Dungeon of the Mad Mage is like 5 to fucking like 15 or something.
Dungeon of the Mad Mage is 1 to 20.
Oh, it's 1 to 20.
No, it's 5. It starts at 5 because it's meant to take place directly after Waterdeep.
Oh. So yeah, so it's 5 to 20. I think isn't Dungeon of the Mad Mage just pure combat though?
It's basically a mega dungeon.
Yeah.
It's going into the Mount of the Mad Mage, Undermount, which is a lot of combat, some mystery, and definitely hoping you do not meet Halaster.
Yeah, and some puzzle solving, I imagine.
Yeah.
It's a Dungeon of a Mad Mage. They're gonna put some fucking puzzles in there, some math problems for you.
Or you could always do my favorite puzzle of all time: the guard who just really asked you nicely not to go.
Yeah.
All she did was just say, "Please don't," and just stood in the way and was like, "I don't want you to go inside." Never stopped him. Never said anything to impair them. Was just very upset if they tried.
We kind of had that in
Out of the abyss.
in Cobra's first campaign.
Did
we-
you?
I think so.
Those are my favorite kinds of things. Just like,
What is that?
if you're not an asshole, you're not gonna just barrel through it.
I want to say it was in the town there, like just before Jessica, or maybe it was Jessica. I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't know.
With
all right.
Eugene.
I'll catch you on the flip side. I
Yeah, thanks everybody.
Take it easy.
melatonin's really starting to kick in now. I
Yeah.
have to start
Alright.
as well.
We're just trying to talk you to sleep. That's all we're
Yeah.
doing.
I just have one question.
Huh?
Is it next Friday yet?
Yes.
Technically
Yes,
it's
it is.
Saturday, so maybe.
Bye everybody.
I'm actually
Yeah.
off on that Friday. Thank fucking God. I've
Nice.
not had a Friday off in like months.
Nice.
Yeah, I was off today, and I'm off next
Nice.
week. Much needed.
Good night.
See ya.
Peace out.
Are we playing tomorrow? Do you know?